a couple minutes early, but I can't just sit here and wait. I already got everything set up a little faster than I thought I was going to. So we're just going for it. Nothing special today, just playing some more Cross Blitz. You saw me play this, I think it was literally last week. This time, because I was not feeling the best last week. I am in much better spirits and much better mental capacity this time. So I want to touch on a couple things that I did not make clear and did not understand last time right off the rip before I get distracted. And that is these recruits you unlock. As far as I could tell, you can access those all the time, which is great. Like, they're just cards you can get from then on. Same with these relics. These relics become things you can just get as options when you're getting relics and things like that. I know I had theorized that that was true, but I've now more or less verified that. And the bounty rewards are also things that become unlocked when you do the bounty. Which is why they're listed here as bounty rewards. So, like, for example, the Crystal Protector is a trinket I can not get right now, but I can get the Cursed Pearl and the Boots of Madness. As far as things here in Swindler's Wharf go, I can get the Crag Cap, but I can't get the other two. Things like that. So there are additional unlocks that way. But they do require you to do the bounty in that specific area. So, like, here in Dawndale, because of how long it took me to get through here, I unlocked everything here. Ignore the fact that I still have an active bounty here. Those give extra husks once you're out of other things to get in an area, which is nice. And obviously, I spent the majority of the time here because I was still trying to do it on hard. I still did not succeed. But I have access to Frostfall now, but only on normal. So we're going to be kind of just, like, trucking forward on normal until I finish everywhere. I have also off-camera gained access, I believe it was off-camera at least, gained access to the Bazaar, where you can get some rare goodies in exchange for souls. You get souls by doing the hollows, which are your daily and weekly runs. But it costs you husks to do that, so that's why I've not been doing that much of that yet. As most of my husks have been spent on unlocking more things on the specific characters. You'll notice I haven't unlocked that many more characters yet. That's because most of the characters I haven't unlocked don't interest me that much, so they've just been kind of left by the wayside for the time being. Parsley here's actually a lot of fun to mess with because he has a lot of transformation effects. So his cards are just random. They're whatever. Which gets very silly. But we're going to give Wick a try because I've not actually done the brigade setup yet. And I want to see how that works out. So we'll take them into Finlockley here and see how it goes. We are going to be fighting people that have Blitz Bursts, so we do have to watch out for that. Or, at the very least, the boss has a Blitz Burst. I don't think the rest of the enemies in the area do. They might start doing that on hard more. I don't recall seeing them on hard doing that, but I could be wrong. Okay, no, it's still a little delayed, but it's not as bad. 2 brigade cadets, 2 budding pickpockets. Get rid of the 1 pickpocket. There you go, stab and grab will be better. Let's go ahead and put a brigade cadet down. His whole purpose is going to be to put brigade traps in the opposing deck when he dies. Other than just being a 1-1 distraction. Since we can use stab and grab to steal cards from their deck, how about we just, you know, stab that and steal something? You just have a pile of dancing dragons in there, huh? Okay. I see where this is going immediately. Because there are some opponents that we just did not see in the other stages. Like, this dancing dragon wasn't really an option in the other stages we were in before. So I don't know what his deck looks like. Obviously, I'm learning that now. You have hotheads, so you can just go ahead and take that dragon out. And steal us a Chaos Jam. Add a groupie to your hand and draw 2 cards. Okay. This fight's not gonna last long enough for things like that to be super useful. But still. It's an option. Yeah, Wick's whole thing, by the way, is he costs less when you play more other faction cards, which is why he pairs well with things like Stab and Grab and the Pickpocket, is because you'll steal other people's cards, play them, make Wick cheap, or play Wick, win fight, usually. I would presume is the idea with the starter deck version of what his setup is. Yeah, that literally is just what this deck is. Okay. There you go. That's our first victory of the day. Let's see who we can pick up as a companion after this. Grab those. There's a very real possibility I won't take any of them because they won't pair well with us. Musket could be good for us. Thing is, his whole bit is cannons, and that doesn't really pair well with not cannons. So I feel like it's just gonna kind of sit there a lot of the time. Braxis is kind of inoffensive in that he just kind of is there, and none of his starting cards are expensive. So I could just have him be just an unobtrusive bonus to the deck. And Juniper needs poison to really be particularly useful, but she has the same benefit of not being that expensive. I think I'll take a Braxis, though. He does give a higher husk reward. Whether he'll stay in the deck in the future, well, we'll see. One problem at a time. Since we are going to be stealing cards and potentially playing Abraxas and things, we'll take Sly Gloves. I avoided using them many, many times last week, so it's justified for me to start using them again. Because of the Sly Gloves, this setup's perfect, actually, so we'll just take that. Because I can play a 2-2 with Tough for free, and then play my Cadet. So I already got on some solid board power right off the rip. And since he's a Blood Whelp, he probably has mostly Blood Whelps and slightly stronger things than that in there, so I'm not too scared of him. The thing I need to watch out for is the amount of blood tokens he ends up stacking up, because those just give extra health to something, which will make something really hard to get rid of. Place you there. I'm not really going to be able to buff him by discarding, because I don't have a lot of discard capabilities in here, but he'll be there. Okay, so they do have a Brood Knight. I'm glad I saved my removal, because Brood Knight would be a bit of an issue for the lineup we have to get rid of at the moment. These are neat, though, because they spread the blood tokens that are used to everybody around them. So, say that Blood Whelp was still there. If they play a blood token on the Brood Knight, it would then share it with the Whelp as well. Same goes for if there was one to the other side. It would share it with all of the ones in that line. It's very, very good. Also, very dead. Goodbye. In fact, you know what? Give me my own. So I can play him for free, thanks to the gloves. And then I can still play the Tiny Ancient, because I don't care about losing Ransack Rupert or Mr. Henry right now. Because that means we win. Ta-da! Nice and easy sometimes. Nice and easy. Membership card, which that gives us more options at other team's cards, so that does work with our setup here. Well, for Pip, I don't particularly need, but he is another brigade member, so it'll work. I love that this guy actually has a chef tag. Here, It's Seraphina Sugar Swirl. So there's a whole, like, dish mechanic and everything, I guess. Oh yeah, set the health of all minions to 1, and then you pair that with the Dragon Tail Tart and just clear board. Okay. I see the vision. I see the vision. Let's see what the Shiver Pool is. You approach a mystical pool of water emitting an eerie glow. Its aura makes your stomach churn with unease. A potent blend of both draconic and frost magic swirls within its depths. Some say the Shiver Pool offers great power, but at a steep cost. And there's an old fish man standing in front of it. So if we dip into the corrupted waters, you step into the pool and the tainted waters restore you to max HP while increasing it by 10, but for a price. You're equipped with the Bruised Mask, which prevents healing between battles. Or we can perform a bloody ritual since we have Abraxas with us. Feeling sympathy for those who have fallen at the base of the Shiver Pool, you attempt the Scald Scale ritual to revive them. The waters echo, only the strong-minded can return. Those less fortunate rise as blood whelps, adding 3 with trinkets to your party. You know, I don't mind having some blood whelps with trinkets. We'll take that. What did they get? They have thorns. Okay, that's fine. So we can go to the ramen shop or we can get some trinkets. You arrive at the world-famous Octo Ramen Shack, and your stomach begins to grumble. The air is filled with the mouth-watering aroma of perfectly cooked noodles swimming in a delectable broth. Happy patrons slurp away enthusiastically. So we can grab a bite to eat for 50 gold, enjoy a delicious bowl of ramen and feel rejuvenated by the hearty meal, gain 5 hit points. Joke about a special menu. You make an offhand joke about a secret special menu, only to discover it's real. A cheerful waiter gives you a wink and leads you to a hidden door, revealing a collection of rare and powerful relics for you to purchase. Or we could sneak into the kitchen because we're mischievous. Eager to meet the chefs, you sneak into the back where culinary greats plan for the Flambeau Festival. Sharing tales of exotic locales from your adventures, you excite one about rare ingredients. A legendary chef joins your party. So we could get a chef, or we could buy some relics. I feel like the chef would probably end up being another Seraphina Sugar Swirl, unless there's more chef characters in the game. So I'm gonna go with the special menu. So let's see, we got Sizzle Queen Sauce. Start of the game, scorch 3 of your enemy's tiles. Sweet Apple, start of the game, and reduce the cost of 2 Shrubasar minions that cost 5 or more in your deck by 2. That's not helpful. And Sugar Swirl, little Pocket Oven. Turn start, add a fresh batch to your hand if you don't have one. Which redeems 1 Sugar Swirl pastry, which are those things we saw before. You know, I think that pairs well with what we've got going on, so we'll take the Pocket Oven. Bum. Oh, some kind of blood chef we got going on over here. This hand's passable. I'm fine with that. Let's pop the membership card, see what we get. Let's see. So we got a Shiver Shade, a Sea Sprout Grunt, and a Skull Recruit. I'll take the Grunt, because I can play that for free, and that'll get me 2 cards for the price of 1 onto the board. I think their cooking might have gone wrong a little bit. Get you on the board in front of that nightmare. Get you onto the board there. Looks like they're just spamming a lot of gelatinous nightmares. That's not too bad. They do have blood bangles, which will negate the first bit of pre-combat damage they take on their turn. So it's mostly for, like, self-damage cards and things like that. so that you can get their benefits without losing anything. Let's go ahead and stab you out of the way. So we can get our own Gelatinous Nightmare. We can get a Blood Solemnist. When he's played, deal 1 damage to all minions, gain health equal to the damage dealt. So he's a Life Thief. And of course the Berserker we've seen before. I mean, he would be cheaper. Actually, he is neutral, so I don't actually remember if neutral counts as other faction. Necessarily. I also don't have a lot of things that would survive him being played anywhere near them, so we'll just take a Nightmare as a filler, because I can just play it out for free in front of our Grunt. This Tiny Ancient's a risk, but I'll go ahead and do it anyway. Yeah, he got rid of the other Tiny. That's perfect. My fear was that I was going to lose the Chef, too, the discard. Oh no, you killed the thing that I didn't really have much use for. Let's see. Cookie. This way everybody lives a little bit longer. I should have played it after playing the Cadet, but the Cadet's also intended to die. So buffing his health really doesn't actually benefit us. That Berserker could be an issue. Play the free Whelp, because there's no reason not to. I could further increase everybody's health, but at the same time, I can also just get 3 pastries by playing Seraphina. So let's just play Seraphina. Can't play any of them right now, but I'll have them for next turn. Of which there will be a next turn, because, you know, the whole Berserker being in the way thing. Thank you for the free E-Brigade, Need Fighter. Is that Brigade Trap, I believe, can spawn any Brigade character. So, Ransack Rupert, Wick, potentially, he could pop out of there. Brigade Recruits can... lot of Fortune characters, basically, can pop out of there. Or just free as you will. The fact that Wick is only 4 definitely means we're playing him right away. We'll also give him a health buff. Oh, you know, I did that wrong. I should have actually went for the combo I was talking about. So I gotta set the Berserker's health to 1. But it doesn't matter particularly. And I guess I could redeem another cookie and fix it next turn. Except the fight's over, so it doesn't matter at all that I did that. That's actually some solid overkill right there. Victory. I kind of figured this would be a very aggro deck, and it's proving to be pretty aggro so far. Even with me messing around. I don't really need a second Seraphina, but the rest of that's kind of fine. And I really do want another membership card, because I think that'll be fun. Let's go to the card shop, see what we get here. A lot of red cards. There's another membership card, give me that. I'll also take an Ambush Brigade. I don't want any of the rest of this, though. Now we can start doing a bit of cleanup as well, of things I don't particularly want. Like, I don't need 4 copies of Tiny Ancient. Knock that down to 2. Get rid of the extra Seraphina, because like I said, I'm not gonna need 2 of them. I don't need 2 5-cost 3/3s that aren't in line with what I want. Does mean we can't use this trinket shop at all, particularly, but that's okay. Looks like we're fighting an old man for our mid-boss. I know, he's not old, he just has like a weird, like, white neck thing. His other image made him look old. What the hell are you doing? Golden Chopsticks. After a friendly minion loses barrier, give it +1/+1. Hate that. Hate that that's gonna be a benefit for you. Here, fight that guy. Oh, I could have played the Whelp as well. Ah, well, I can play it next turn. So this is going to be all chefs all the time then. The sous chef, when it's played, add a random ingredient to your hand. Tell you what. Play the whelp. Stab the chef. Yeah, there's literally just a pile of sous chefs. That's kind of what I figured. So their whole gimmick is going to be messing with ingredients. Ah, that's how that works. You combine them and then they become a different creature. After you play a chef, add Octo Ramen to your hand. Okay. So I'm gonna have to learn how their deck is set up so that when I steal their cards, I know how to use them. This way they all survive against the sous chefs. And I start taking battlefield control. Okay, so that went back to hand. I don't really understand what's happening over there. Aside from a lot. What angle do I want to take here? I also want to check on something right quick. Okay, yeah, I did set that properly. Very good. I wanted to make sure I hadn't done yet another one of those cases of me forgetting to turn Discord activity on. You have Hothead. I could clear the Coral Chef for free that way and get a card from it. Yeah, especially since you're gonna give the ingredients barrier. I don't want that happening. Get that out of here. Ooh, Delicacy Dealer. Cost 6, it's an 8/8. When it's played, it summons 4 sizzling skillets with random mythic dishes. That sounds very good, and I'm very glad to have stolen a copy of that. That seems like it'll be very useful to me. Meanwhile, we're retaining board control at the moment. Crispy Crab Linguine. Okay. We don't quite have enough to play the Delicacy Dealer yet. But I also don't want to fill my board so I can actually take advantage of those 4 skillets. So let's just do a pastry. Give you a blood token so you're buffed up a little bit, buff you up a bit further. This way he's basically back at his full health, so he'll stay on the board longer. Ah, there's a different ping happening. I was like, why do I suddenly see so many things happening? Hang on, Discord. Let me figure that out while I play this turn. This turn's gonna be fairly simple. Put him down. We get those mythic dishes. Oh. So this is unfortunately just gonna clog my board. This is actually not helpful. So that's mostly just inconvenient. The good news is that does provide a lot of protection, is they have to chew through all of that to get to me. They already weren't making progress on that front anyway. So that's a largely useless move. So I tell you what, I might do an ill-advised move here in a second. Just so we can trade up, basically. Thing is, I can't do both. The plan was to set everything's health to 1 and then nuke, which admittedly would lose us the delicacy dealer. But I also thought I had 2 fresh batch cards in my hand, and I don't. So we're gonna have to wait a turn, let some of my stuff die naturally instead. And then I can start shuffling some of the stuff on the board around. So the fight's basically over, so it's largely irrelevant. At this point, I think I can get away... Actually, no, because there's a lot of junk in the way over here now, so I'm fine with blowing up my own board just to clear the path here. It clears my own board, but I had a lot of junk on the board that I didn't care about. And all of that was imminently replaceable based on what's in my hand. So... as you can see by the fact that I basically refilled the board. So they did the same thing again over there. Huh. Okay. Joke's on them, though. That's fodder for my plunderers. So I guess... oh, those don't count as minions, huh? Because that should have triggered plunder. Actually, no, I did get a sous chef. At least I'm assuming that's what I got. Because I don't think I had that there a second ago. There was also the concern that just clicked in my brain, like, did they even have a hand to steal from? Because that could have also been a problem. We'll get Wick into play, and then put the Duskling down. It's still kind of a junky board, but it's fine. Yeah, unfortunately that Brigade Trap couldn't do anything there. Interesting choice. I see the vision there. They put barrier up so that when they boosted their delicacy dealer and dealt damage to everything in its row, it wouldn't hurt anything. And unfortunately, I'm kind of locked right now. So I'm just gonna have to make do with what my board has right now. Which will end up being fine, because he kills the delicacy dealer and wins the game. So it's irrelevant that we were in an awkward spot there. That's the danger of taking your opponent's cards and using them, though, is you can end up with a very heavy set of junk. That doesn't help you that way. It wouldn't be the worst idea to grab the Buccaneer and the Hot Shots, because they cycle well, and the Buccaneer's just solid. Like, over here in Blood Token, there's just no benefit to us, really. We don't have a Blood Token setup, we just happen to have some Blood Whelps. Which I assume is what spurred that segment appearing. I could grab more Stab and Grabs. And Blood Oath would solve my... I got stuck because of my board problem. I just don't know if I really want the Zealous Chef. No, I will still take that option, though, because I can always remove the Zealous Chef if I really don't want it. I just won't do it right now. I would rather go to the Trinket Shop. Oh yeah, I unlocked Overgrow. Be an option. It is only for higher end things, but the... oh, that makes... yeah, that makes their cost go up by 1. But Wick's whole thing is he makes himself cheaper anyway, so that's okay. For those that don't know what Overgrow does, when he gets played, he'll summon a copy of himself next to him. So I get 2 Wicks for the price of 1. So I have 2 7/7s with Dual Strike coming out out at the same time. That's worth it. As far as the weighted boots go, I'm actually going to put that on the blood whelps. They now become 2/2 blockers with thorns for 1, which are pretty useful. No, well, I guess I'll put the thorns on you, since you're already kind of a blocker to begin with. Let's see what this temple garden has for us. You come across a tranquil temple offering a serene escape from the hustle and bustle of your chaotic adventure. The calming presence of the Blossom Academy's leader, Urzina, guides all those seeking peace. So we can meditate, enter a meditative state, aid opening your mind to new insights. The tranquility clears your thought, revealing new cards to purchase. Or we can rake the sand and reflect, because we have empathy. The act of raking brings clarity and focus. You reflect on your journey, choosing a party member to gain a copy of. Yeah, you know what, that's fine. Because I don't really need to open a purchase menu right now, because I have no money. Instead, go ahead and give me another copy of what exactly? You know, give me a second wick. Give me the second copy of the most expensive thing in the deck, because that's clearly a good idea. See, I don't have any bounties on the board right now, so it doesn't really matter too much where I go, but if I go to the Salty Rogue fight, I can then also get the Deadly Battle, rather than going to the regular fight. So that's probably the move. Okay, I thought the CPU usage was why those menus were taking a while. It doesn't seem to actually be true, so I don't really know why those menu lags are happening when it loads into a fight. Let's go ahead and membership card. Actually, that's... We already have one of these in the deck, but getting one of these out turn 1 is really good. Is whatever they can get out early probably can't get past him. So that just ends up being a really useful hard wall. Let's go ahead and get both the whelps out and a cadet, so we've just walled off the entire front line here. I love that they keep throwing the one free damage they have at the tough guy who literally takes no damage from that. The computer is so smart in this game. So smart, clearly. Because when they've got that rocky card border like that, they're tough and take 1 less damage from everything. So anything that does 1 damage does 0 to them. It's very silly, you know, on their part to do it that way. We'll go ahead and burgle him, which got me a brigade cadet. We're winning this pretty handily, all things considered. Because even on normal, at this point, things have started getting kind of spicy. But clearly not so spicy that I can't just chew through now. Or with certain setups, at least. That'll do. Actually, doing the math properly, the fight's over basically anyway. If I didn't have the whelp being an inanimate character, we would have been able to kill this turn. But it's fine. We will win this turn. Honk. And having beaten the Salty Rogue, we should get a reward. That's what those chest fights are about, is giving you specific rewards. In this case, we get a loot sack for beating him. Which... honestly... it needs purple or higher. Or Pip wouldn't be a bad one to put it on. Heister Henry... because the thing is, I need it to be on somebody that'll hit the enemy leader decently often, because it has to do hero damage. So we'll just put it on Wick, both because we have 2 copies of him and he has double strike, so we'll get 20 each time potentially. The first spell you play each turn costs health. Summon a horrific sauce pot behind this, which is an 8 cost 0/8 inanimate. After you play a spell, add it to this. When it dies, summon a nightmare with stats equal to the cost of all spells added. Interesting. Not really something I'm gonna go for, but it's interesting that all these chef things are happening here. I'm assuming it's because I have a character with the chef tag. Because I have Seraphina. I don't want any of these. Every single one of those sets had something I didn't want in it, so it's just like, meh. Frostfall Training Ring. After a perilous climb, you arrive at the peak of the Frostfall Mountain. Within the shrine lies the Frostfall Training Ring, where Shelfin and novices train tirelessly to hone their martial arts. They pause their skillful sparring and turn to look at you. So we can buy training gear, which is a trinket shop. We can mock them by being aggressive. Unimpressed by their display of martial arts, you ridicule their amateurish technique. The Shaofin monks become enraged by your blatant disrespect and attack you all at once. Defeat them in a battle to receive 10 max HP. Or we can be humorous and lighten the mood. You break the ice with a clever joke. The students burst into laughter. They share the reason for their training. The upcoming Frostfall tournament hosted by Master Rishu. Feeling at ease, 3 novices with trinkets join you, bringing along a pouch of 50 gold as well. So we'd get one brawler or fishman for 1. I have no reason to have that. I'm gonna go ahead and have a look at the trinket shop. So we can get 4 armed guards, which makes something cost 1 less, but gives them -1/-1. Weighted boots we've seen before, and the offbeat boken, which gives 3 attack but takes away 1 health. I'm kind of interested in the offbeat boken, depending on who I try to put it on. His 3 attack is nothing to sneeze at, and 1 health for a lot of things that doesn't really matter. I'm actually gonna put it on my budding pickpockets, because that makes them a 6 attack creature. I think that'll be worth it. Because the thing is, they have hot hit. They'll attack immediately. So removal is not the main concern for them. They'll get played, they'll attack, probably die, give me a card, and that's the whole point, pretty much, of that. The -1/-1 for 1 less cost, I'm not super interested in, I don't think. Because a lot of the things I have, if they got -1 either attack or defense, they would become nearly useless. So the Blood Whelps are buffed. They're too low a rarity for them to be equipable. Otherwise, I would put it on them to put them back to their 1/1 state, but they'd cost 0. Which is also probably part of why that's a rare trinket, is so that you don't have 0 cost commons going out of control. Yeah, I'm gonna pass on those 4 armed guards, which is a shame. We can't afford the relic shop, but I have to go through it to get to the deadly battle. As you can see, there are more relics in here than used to be, because of all the unlocking I was doing in between the weeks. None of those being ones that we particularly want at the moment, though. Of course, the Pluck Bot's playing a trap deck too, so this is gonna be kind of annoying. Go ahead and membership card. Slitherthorns could be funny, but I don't think that's the play here. I think we actually take the Cutlass Swine, because we can play it for 1 this turn. Since it has Rush, it'll go and attack immediately. That'll be 4 damage to my opponent right off the rip. My initial intent was to go for something that wouldn't have cost me anything, but none of the things that wouldn't cost me anything were going to be that good immediately. That could be a block beam. I'll risk it. It isn't a block beam. Okay. Block beam being if you play a creature when they got that trap down, it would turn you into a chicken. Which would be very annoying. Since it isn't that, I don't really know what that is. Within the cost that they have, since it was reduced by 1, it could be a lot of things. That means it could be any 3-cost or 2-cost trap that they played right there. Which we could look through the options, and you can see what I mean about there being a lot of choices. So that's problematic. Since we verified that, we'll go ahead and put the chef down. That one over there was also not a block beam. Maybe it's a spell blocker? No. I don't know what trap that is, then. Ah, well, there's Gizmo Provisions. That was the first one they played that gave their little buddy their barrier. What are the other traps? Because we've already hit trigger conditions for most of the traps in the game. I played a creature, I played a spell, and I attacked. Huh. Because it's not the Glacial Ray, it would have triggered already. It's gotta be the recoil rockets. Because that's the only thing that didn't have a condition get met. Now, they did play another trap, though, which could be anything. It could even be a boat. Let's find out. There's more Gizmo Provisions, okay, which just got my pickpocket killed. That's nothing but a shame. Here, attack my seafood. Yeah, that's gotta be recoil rockets, because we haven't damaged any of their minions. We've only attacked around them. I don't win this fight currently. Well, I win overall, but I don't win right now. But if I play Seraphina... No, that doesn't change anything, because none of the pastries give attack. So that wouldn't change anything. I also could have just used Fresh Batch to do the same thing on the cheap. What we can do, though, is play the seafood and sacrifice that for Blood Oath to see what I get. Okay. Okay, hang on. That's a possibility. Thing is, all I'm going to do by doing stab and grab is giving them a trap, because the only thing I would stab would be the Chime Bot, because stabbing the Tinker Tot is pointless. At the same time... No, because the only way I get a card from it is to kill the Tinker Tot, so no, we will actually do that. I have no traps, so I can't really use the Gearhead. We will, however, take the Pluck Bot, actually. Yep, there's the recoil rockets. Which lost me most of my damage, but now we can Pluck Bot and steal their trap. Which was another Gizmo Provisions. Okay. I feel like there was a different order of operations I could have done there that wouldn't have backfired on me. But it's fine. We've got this in the bag. We just took some unnecessary casualties is all. Check for block beam. No, none of those were block beams still. Okay. Yeah, I figured it was gonna be provisions again. It was a case of at least one of those had to be provisions. I seem to have so many copies of it. Just give everybody an extra hit point so when the recoil rockets inevitably go off, nobody dies. Yep. We still didn't quite do the damage I needed to, but it's okay. Oh no, you stole the trap back. What a tragic tale, full of woe and wonder for me. I think they just don't have any of those beams in the deck. I think they just don't have them, and I've been scared of them the whole time for nothing. This fight's over. Why am I even... Oh no, you froze everyone. See, I don't understand why that's an as combat starts trap. Because I keep thinking freeze makes somebody not able to attack, but it doesn't. All it does is make them take double damage. Like, I guess that's the point, though, is it's good when you have blockers out to take advantage of them being weakened. I don't know. Let's go ahead and take the Holden copies. I've yet to use Holden. And he seems like he would actually work well with the amount of spam we have going on here. Our free relic is a Puff Platoon flag. The first card you add to any deck each turn adds a second copy. That would actually work because that would double the amount of brigade traps we're giving them. So yeah, we're taking that. We've already seen Death Dice and Scorn Signet at last week. There's the mana drop, which reduces something's cost. It's gotta be something rare enough for it to work. But if we reduce Holden's cost, he then fits in with things better combo-wise. Because costing 3 will make him easier to work with than costing 4. Do I want to give anything Hothead? So that they just charge in. Honestly, Cadets, you can be hot-headed. That's fitting for Cadets. And we'll get card draw when we use our membership cards. Yeah, the good old stab and grab. How's it going, Charlotte? This hand's good, actually. I'm fine with this. Because we have an extra mana since we're going second. We have to face against a fish chef. So far, so good. Been a productive day, which is always good. Now it's time for just an easy bit of card games, and then the end of the day. Yeah, you got right, because you have dual blades, so you have the double strike on your weak cards. Okay, he's gonna be working with Devour as well. Go ahead and put the brute skin down, and we're just gonna stab and grab on the sous chef and see what we get. Yeah, this is about as expected. Give me a chef. I'm in Plump Shrimp, which gives him a copy of a minion. I love those card backs. He's got a big chicken. Oh no, not the big chicken. Let's see. He didn't play anything for me to stab and grab, so we'll go ahead and just throw these two onto the board. And throw a seafood spread out there too. Again, just asserting board control as quickly as we can. We could play Swordmaster Holden. He won't be able to attack immediately, though, so I can't get rid of the Zealous Chef that way. I don't have anything that would get rid of the Zealous Chef this turn, though. So yeah, we'll go ahead and put Holden there anyway, so he'll be safe behind the seafood barrier for the moment. He's playing really slow right now, and I'm worried about that. Yep, there's the big chicken who ate my seafood. Chef takes himself out. Yeah, we stab and grab the chef again. See what we steal. Give me my own Hangry Clucky. It's not going to be particularly useful, but out of the options, it at least had the most likely use, because what it can end up doing is being discard fodder for the Ancient, but it didn't land the way I wanted it to. So that plan didn't work anyway. Because I don't have any means of buffing it in my hand either, so I don't think I'm going to be able to make it able to eat anything. Yep, here comes the Devour mechanic. So now I definitely don't have anything the chicken could eat. So this is going to seem silly, because we're planning on playing Holden. But the thing is, the more cards I play, the stronger Holden will be. So it'll work itself out either way. So we play 2 cards, then we play Holden, and he'll be stronger regardless. And I can play the other carrot to buff him afterwards. Oh, that hits friendly units too, though, when they do the cross slash. Okay, that's bad news. If I had known that, I would have put him back a step like the other one. Well, the more you know, right? Give him 2 traps. Grab another carrot so we can start building health back up a bit. You there. I have a plan involving that. So, actually, the plan's gonna be unnecessary. I, for some reason, thought his fish was a 7-7, not a 7-6. So it's dead already. But he's got another one. Make sashimi out of the fish. I'm just gonna keep getting garbage out of this, though, every time. Because that's all he's got, is things that are garbage for me, but good for him. Actually, no. Here comes the clever play. We set everything's health to 1, but then we give all of our guys 1 more health, and now he just dies by default. We do lose Holden in the exchange, but that's fine. We start getting plenty of troops back thanks to all the brigade traps. Hungry chicken eats the chef. It really is extra funny that the chicken is eating the chefs in particular. There's a lot that just happened there. It's a shame for them that none of it's gonna matter. Let's go ahead and put the spice set down, use that for Blood Oath. Membership card. Don't really need any of these. I don't have room for you to overgrow into. So do I even play you right now? You are still a 7-7. So I think, yeah, I still put you on the board. It's just a shame how your main benefit's not really going to kick in. And yeah, see, since they have only 1 power and they're tied with the other lowest power, it doesn't work. I wasn't sure if it would work in a tie or not. Now we know. We've got this fight in the bag, though. There's very little they're going to be able to do to turn this around for them. Especially not if they keep triggering more brigade traps. Yeah, they had nothing. Stab the fish. Yeah, sure, I'll get my own famished fish. Why not? I don't even have room in my hand for it, so I don't even know. Oh, no, I do have room. Why am I even bothering to play cards, though? Just end the fight. Nice and easy. Piece of cheddar. So that was just a very easy setup to begin with. That's one of the 2 stages in Frostfall done. But for those who have missed how this works, all those husks can go into buying more cards, like picking up Ransack and Double Cross. So now Wick has unlocked all of his cards. You can also boost each particular character's health pool for a run, get more relics that could potentially show up, and if you get level 10, you can get their Blitz Burst, which requires specific effects like the 5 Brigade Traps, for example, for this one to be activated. Then it'll just give you a bunch of cards from other factions, and that all cost 3. Let's see. Let's unlock Lustra, because I do think not having Lustra unlocked was why I was having trouble with Rez a bit, because I'm betting there's cards that she unlocks that would be better for either of the 2 of them to have. Not to mention in relics probably as well. So Groove here, when he's played, destroy all other minions with 2 or less power, summon dancing dragons to replace them. At least those of them that are mine. Take that. Oh, you can turn groupies into dancing dragons. Okay. And the all-access pass. At the start of your turn, summon a groupie with its fleeting in the random back row tile. Thing is, that could be an enemy back row tile too, since it doesn't say one of your random back row tiles. So that could still be an issue. I haven't played with blue in a while, so let's bring Piper out. Fight ice with ice. So it looks like Rishu here might be really rough. We'll find out. Sous Chef or Famished Fish? We'll fight the chef. This hand's fine. It's got a 1, 2, 3, so it's perfect. The Rhyme Paw out there. I consistently keep thinking these Shiver Shades are the 1 drop and the Rhyme Paws are the 2. I don't know why that's in that order in my brain, but it is. They die together, and we just keep on keeping on. Honestly, yeah, that's fine. Because he'll destroy our Shiver Shade, but summon a new one. So it'll deal its 2 free damage. And then just get replaced. It does mean that it gets summoning 6 so it won't attack, but that's okay. Okay. They're cooking, they're cooking. I really should kill them quickly so that they don't just keep doing that. Just fill the board out a bit. Oh yeah, and Piper flies, so they can't even block him anyway. And that's why specifically I put them where I did, so that they'd get the free hits on the sous chef, and now we win. Easy game. Scale Shine. I mean, it gives me armor and gives me frost spells, so it's not a terrible idea. You could also go for Harmony, silence all minions and traps, and Feral Claw, which I unlocked off of the other blue guy we have. Deal 2 damage to an enemy minion 3 times. If you plunder with it, reduce the cost of a card in your hand that costs 5 or more by 2. There's potential there. I think I'll take the Scale Shines because it's a means of cycling. We do have a blue guy in the form of Sen. He is focused on a different mechanic. He's gonna give me a lot of money, so sure. We may just end up pivoting here. Because we don't have a ton of things unlocked for ice anyway. We'll go ahead and take the Crimson Flute because we don't have a different faction, so the Sly Gloves don't help us. Bloodwhelp or Dancing Dragon. We'll go ahead and do Dancing Dragon. We do have ads coming up. But I may very well just play through the ads today, because like I said, it's going to be a shorter stream today. So we'll see what ends up happening. This is fine. I think Frost Blast might be the only frost spell we have, though. Give me the one problem with the Scale Shines. No, they can pull each other. I didn't think about that. For some reason, I thought they would be Dragon tagged, not Frost tagged. Even though, you know, it was right there in front of me on the screen. Yeah, see, I'm out of Frost spells. It's just armor now. But we do have enough armor to weather a turn or two of not having anything on the board, so it's okay. Next turn, we'll be able to Cyclone Blast this all away, but that's not going to line up right now. So we'll just make them take some free damage instead, which will probably make the Cyclone Blast pointless. And of course, their whole bit here is spamming. And just as much onto the board as they can. I could still wipe the front here, but I think there's just not a reason to. I'll just get Sun on the board instead. Swift Strike, despite what it may sound, is just so that he doesn't take retaliate damage, not that he attacks early or anything. Consider it like First Strike. Just trying to populate the board now. See, the disadvantage they have right now with all these dancing dragons is none of them were in the grave yet. They're buffed now, but they weren't a minute ago. That's also why I didn't really want to blast them, is because I would have buffed them earlier. Which would have had consequences. Not that what I've done here doesn't have consequences too, admittedly, but you know. What actions don't have consequences? At the end of the day, he loses, so it doesn't much matter. Shiver Magic Thesis. 2 cost, most frost spell, redeem a frost spell and a draconic spell. Shatter is a 1 cost, destroy a frozen minion, and Bitter Winter freeze everybody. Yeah, sure. That'll give me some more frost spells to pull potentially with the other thing as well. Spitfire Anvil. After you play a pyro spell, give a friendly inanimate minions 1 health, or I can have those forearm guards show up all the time. I'm interested in those forearm guards being an option. Because there are definitely setups where that would work. Like if you have a bunch of higher cost cards in your deck, you can make them a bit cheaper. It just didn't work in the previous setup. Let's get us some more relics. Like frost damage +1, perfect. Ask and ye shall receive. Which I think that is one I did unlock via Piper. Because I think I have at least one of his relics. This is fine. Mankey. Okay. Great starting turn, everybody. Let's go ahead and get one of you down. We're never gonna get the effect from them off because you need a katana for your hero to attack, or like the magma trident, which we don't have. Glacial Guard, Shatter, or Cyclone Blast. And let's take another copy of Cyclone Blast. Encore, Necrotic Notations, or Dark Thoughts. We don't have any Rift minions, so Necrotic Notations doesn't help. Serpent Songs could be useful, because that's just free Draconic damage. Dark Thoughts doesn't really help us here, because Draconic damage doesn't help us, so Encore's the only card that helps here. Welcome back from the ads. We beat up one guy, we went and got a Frost Talisman to get extra ice damage, and now we're here. That's all you missed. Not a whole lot. There is a barrel full of monkeys I'm gonna have to deal with here, though, which is a bit of an issue. But one problem at a time. Just keep populating the board for the moment. There we go. I was like, are you just gonna keep spamming more kegs? Because you really should actually, you know, play the monkeys to take advantage of the kegs before I destroy the kegs. Like that. Also, I win because I destroyed the kegs. So, easy game. That's why you don't rest on your laurels with a buff setup like that. Because removal can hit you at any time. Let's see. Aura Guard. Give your minion barrier, add a copy with your hand. Kinder Dueler. 3 cost, 2/3 Swordmaster. Focus 2, gain Hothead. Focus being X amount of minions die, it gains whatever the benefit is. Which is a neat mechanic I still want to play with, but I keep not having any of the cards that do it. So we'll give it a spin. Restaurant or relics? Wasn't the restaurant useful last time? I feel like the restaurant was useful last time. Because we can go to the special menu. Yeah. Minions with no abilities have +1/+1 from the sandwich. This is not as good this time. Do I even have anybody with no abilities that I'd end up spawning? No, and I didn't grab the thing that silences either. Because that could have worked. I could have silenced my board, let them all get the +1/+1 from not having an ability anymore. And that would have worked, but no. Secret menu's actually garbage to us this time. Mana drop. Could make Piper cheaper. Yeah, make him a 2 cost, 2/4. That's not bad. I'm down for that idea. Let's give them a Shatsu's Hothead because they are a 3/1. So them just attacking and dying will be beneficial to us. And we'll give Cyclone Blast +1 damage. So they'll always be doing 3 between our relic and the boost they have now. At least I think it's 3. It'll either be 3 or 4. Good old Captain Poe. This is a great hand, actually, so we're keeping that. Oh, I'm going first. We'll Scale Shine. Okay, yeah, it is 4 damage. Very good. That means it actually does as much damage as it costs, which is delightful. You always want things to give that kind of value. If I put Piper, he survives fighting the Fritz bot. Yeah, that's fine. Let's give you a Rhyme Paw to play with so you lose your barrier. Put that Rhyme Paw there so he gets eaten and turned into a Shiver for Shade. So we can start cycling the Shiver Shade attacks. That could be a problem, though. Thankfully, he walked right into my trap. Just wipe his whole old meaningful bit of board there, because Tough doesn't stop you from dying to 3 damage. Strategy. Strategy? I don't really feel like... Yeah, especially since the Iron Bark would attack first before he gets attacked, so we just shoot the mushroom before it gets to him, so that wouldn't work anyway. There's Bitter Winter, that doesn't help. And... yeah, because he's hot-headed, so he'd go in and attack before I could put the barrier on him. Go ahead and barrier Piper and give me another Piper, then. At least we popped the barrier, so if we do get our ice spell, we can actually wipe all of that out, which would be great. We didn't, but I could have. Why do my spell... why does this cost so much? Eh? Ooh. Oh. Spells that deal damage cost 1 more thanks to the Amorosaur. Okay. That's annoying. Summon more Piper. Because now we can just do the bit twice here. We'll have you go kill that. Because you'll die together, which is fine. But now we start launching free attacks around. And even if they kill them, all they do is lose, because as they take the damage anyway. Oh good, it hit the other one that didn't attack yet. Perfect. You love it when a plan comes together. And now, what if more Piper doing more nonsense? This is such a dirty pool, but it's working. They're being defeated by a parade of puffins. Frosty Fizzwhirl costs 2 Frost Spell. Freeze a minion, gain armor equal to its health, then slide it to the left. No, I'm good. Give me another Scale Shine. And then for our Draconic spells, Ancient Lullaby. Destroy all enemy traps, silence all enemy minions, then deal 1 Draconic damage to them. Malefic Melody. It costs 2. Add 2 Serpent Songs to your hand. Or Wham Bam Jam. Cost 7, draw 3 spells, give your hero +3 Draconic damage. We'll take the Malefic Melody, because we can actually use that. And kill that, and that, which then leaves me free to get a free shot at more things. But we win this fight right now anyway, because of me clearing space. Though they didn't have anything that could block flyers anyway, I don't think. I'm pretty sure archers don't block flyers, despite what you might think. Crescent Cleaver. Deal your katana's damage to a minion and every minion in its row. Discard your katana. I don't have a katana, so that doesn't help. We could get more Aura Guards and a Feral Claw? Yeah, I'm kind of down with that, yeah. I don't have any bounties. As much as I would love to get that Deadly Battle, I do want to go to a card shop, I think, right now. Interesting. Blossom Storm. Fill your board with Blossom Apprentices. They're all 1-cost 1/1s with Hothead, but before they attack, sharpen your katana, so they would give me a bunch of katanas. Ooh, Razor Show. Swordmaster Infinite Focus. So every 2 creatures that die, he gains a random keyword and sharpens your katana. Interesting. Oh, I think I need to buy this. Alatar Wingwood. 10 cost, which is rough. 2/8. When he's played, revive all Shiver Shades that died that game. Deal 2 frost damage for any that don't fit. Considering the setup we've got going on right now of Piper just infinitely spawning more Shiver Shades, that's gonna do horrifying things. But what I wanted to do was actually remove some things. Specifically based on how this is playing out, I'm actually going to get rid of some of our katana friends here. Specifically, the Kindle Dueler, we don't really need. I don't need 3 Mushatsus. I'm gonna keep the Blade Keepers and Blossom Apprentices just because it's getting too expensive to get rid of them. And they're at least nice and cheap, so they get played out and they play out and go. That's not really an issue. I was really hoping for more things that would be immediately useful to me, and it didn't pan out. But we can still actually swing back to the battles I wanted, so this works out. Oh yeah, we can actually share knowledge instead this time. Is being intelligent. The encyclopedic expertise you hold regarding training equipment is finally of some use. You go into great detail about different types of gear and its history. Impressed, you earn the students' respect and a free trinket from their trinket shop. Yeah, that'll work. In fact, Piper's stats don't matter to me, so making Piper cost 1 works with our plan so well. Because if I keep making more copies of Piper, but they only cost 1, I can just sit there and play an entire back row of Pipers. Why? What? Oh, it's a puzzle fight. I have to make the food. Okay, this is interesting. So I can make the Surf and Turf curry right away, because I have a sizzling skillet already. I just need to add spices to this. Oh, does it have to be in a particular order? Yeah, that makes the puzzle. Yeah, so now I have the Ruby E-Tune Ataki. So it has to be in a specific order. Okay. Good to know. So grain cache, spice set. Oh, I did it backwards. God damn it. I just said it was a specific order and then I played it in the wrong order. Thankfully, there's a restart button on the puzzle, which is interesting. Okay, so we play the spice set first. Then we play the grain on it. So I'm thinking I actually have to do this in 1 turn. Based on the fact that it gives us the 1 sous chef and all of the ingredients required. Okay, so Surf and Turf requires grain first. Then spices. Then seafood. So it was literally in my hand in the correct order. Completed. Turn 1. That was interesting. Look at the amount of cards behind this. Grand Gourmet Trophy. Game start, add all legendary chefs to your deck. They cost one less. So at the start of the game, we get Itame Takonori, Marona Rue, Serafina Sugar Swirl, Sizzle Queen Sierra, Intermediate Helpwort, the Horrific Sauce Pot, and then it follows up with the food. Food that they do, I guess. Oh my god. That's very silly. Honestly, most of this does not really benefit us much. Like, I could do the funny and take all the chefs, but that would derail us so hard. And we're not playing pyro spells, so the hot pot's useless. So I guess I'll take the pocket oven. Had I thought about that more, I would have realized that that does a very specific theme set of items, so it would not have actually been good for us. But oh well, we learned now. The Mistmancer Jin could actually be really good for our setup here. He makes all Plague and death effects trigger twice, so all of our Shiver sprites will deal their damage twice. So we'll buy that. Get another Magic Thesis. Hailstone. Freeze an enemy minion and every minion in its column, then deal 2 damage to them. Yeah, sure, that'll be useful. And the rest of this is not that important. I could add Razor Show just because he has Infinite Focus and we are killing our own cards constantly. So he would actually trigger his focus a decent bit. But I don't care. Off to the trinket shop. Swift Strike. Let's give that to the Mashatsu, actually. Except I can't afford that because that one's actually expensive. Never mind. I was gonna give it to them because this way their hothead is more effective. So they don't just die. But they're just gonna die. Let's give our Rhyme Paws +1 health. So that they're a little less useless. Because they're kind of not great by default, if I'm honest. With the way this game scales, a 1-cost 1/1 does not even last past turn 1, really. Put the Cyclone Blast away. Yeah, that'll work. Munch, munch, munch. I was banking on the spell giving me the spell back. Yep, playing lots of Nothins, and they're getting eaten. Because they've got Steel Chomps at the start of combat. And you just move the stats from something on your board into something in your hand. Which certainly is a move. So here's what we do, though. We play the Blade Keeper not in the way of that Nothin. So if it doesn't get eaten, it'll hit me and give me Katana power. Except that didn't count as me taking damage because I have the armor. Okay, I wasn't sure how that would interact. Oh, that's a shame. Well, just throw that plan under the bus then. Alright, I don't have the mana for it. I'll just keep Scale Shining so they can't hurt me then. Oh, you just immediately ate Piper. And that's the only copy of Piper I have, so that's just SOL from the word go. Son of a bitch. And at least they paid for it. They got a lot of cards in there, so they're not going to thin themselves out too fast. I do have a bit of a problem. They're also playing around the fact that I have that at horizontal clearing. Which is interesting because they shouldn't know that I have that right now. but you do know what a player has in their deck by looking at them, so I can't call them a cheater necessarily. Here's what we do. We Frost Fist that, and then we kill it. The fish is an issue too, but one problem at a time. I couldn't kill both. And they're gonna get rid of their own fish anyway, so that works out in my favor actually quite well. Having a 7/7 sitting there is concerning, but one problem at a time. Actually, I have a solution to that too. Reduce its health to 1. I can't act on that right now. Not without being very wasteful. But we'll prepare to deal with that in a minute here. I have so much removal, but no creatures. So we Malefic Melody. Oh, that's dead now. And we've got our little mushroom boy out there, so he's at least on the board. There we go. Now some of our creatures are starting to show up. From the moment Piper died, things got complicated. Let's go ahead and get you guys some more health, since I'm going to get another fresh batch after this turn anyway. This way we at least exert some board control and not rely on removal immediately. Well, that's upsetting. But thankfully there's a solution to that problem. What I could do actually is I could give it barrier and then steal a copy of it. Because bear in mind, it says give a minion barrier. It doesn't have to be one of mine. You know what? That's funny enough, I'm willing to do that. And then we slice up their chickens so they don't get to keep it. This way, if they play things that are weak enough, we might be able to do something funny here. Convenient how all of their chickens are the ones that got buffed. So, my plan is not gonna work. Gonna give him another 1-2 punch. Apprentice on the board. And we may as well play the chicken just so we have something on the board at least. Get a cookie ready for them for next turn. So they can be stabilized on the board a little bit because they're not going to get a chance to attack. That's the problem with playing all the 1/1 weenies though, is they just keep eating them. I can actually play Alatar though. So, Alatar, come on out. Give me some more Shiver Shades. I only got 2 out because that's basically all I have. See, this is how the sharpening of the katana works, is I can now attack a minion in myself. Oh, if these had come out in a different order, I would have been able to get 4 Shiver Shades. Oh well. The Shiver Shades will still trigger twice, which will be good. But in the event of them dying... Yeah, I can't attack them. But we'll just feed all of my minions lots of cookies. Make them nice and durable. They have no plays? That is very odd that they have nothing they can do. But it doesn't matter, because they just lose then. No matter what they played, though, it was going to get instantly removed from the board, thanks to all the stuff I was holding on to. So they were SOL either way. More Hailstone, potentially. Blossom Instructor, Blossom Storm. and Razor Show. They're tempting me with that. I could then start using the katanas to attack directly. Scorching Whirlwind's also an idea, but it is pyro, not ice, so it's a little out of place. Let's just take more removal. I know I already have more removal than I know what to do with, but none of the other options were really going to help much. The Blood Bangles don't really help me either. They potentially would, but they don't really, and the Warhorn doesn't do much for us as well, and I don't want to start doing random evolutions, so that was just useless relics. Mana drop. Yeah, you can't have a second mana drop. If I could have made Piper cost 0, I absolutely would have. Let's make Alatar cost 9. It's at least a little bit easier to do multiple things with there. If the Shiver Shade's Thorns, make them even more obnoxious. You're already hot-headed. Let's give Sen Hothead. There you go. Since he still is there. Get rid of the Bitter Winter. There you go. We could actually try to go for a turn 1 Piper play here. But I think I'd be better off getting other things on the board and then get Piper on the board later. Like, once I have Aura Guard, so I don't lose my only Piper immediately this time. Don't like that. It does kind of work out in my favor, though, because now this kills the Brood Knight. The Flame Tongue dies to the Rime Paw. So all of that works itself out. Let's go ahead and get Piper out there. That kind of works, because now all that pops off automatically. Did not pop off the way I wanted it to quite, so that's a little bit of an issue, but one problem at a time. This is overkill, but I'm trying to keep Piper alive. You could have said, like, oh yeah, put Sen in front of him. I would have lost Sen immediately then. Because he would have transformed into a Shiver Shade himself. Damn it. Might not have a choice but to lose Piper here. Because he's already taken an injury again. And I just did not get what I needed. If I damage all minions, I kill Piper myself, and I don't want to do that. This way, at least I won't take the attack. This is just bad. Everything about this has gone horribly wrong. Like, the good news is we have backup plans, as was proven by the last battle, but it's very unfortunate to lose Piper so early. God, this hand is just not good, though. This'll work. If he attacks, kills that. Yeah. Problem is, it does activate the Dozing Dragon. Oh, you have 2 Broodmaster Breaks? Great. Love that for me. he gains attack when blood tokens are played, and he summons blood whelps to get more blood tokens, so he's just really annoying. And he's also tough, so... The good news is I can use this to kill one of them. But he comes back because he's relentless, which is annoying. But it makes our Alatar weak. Oh, our Alatar cheaper. So that's the plan there. Next turn I might Bitter Winter. We might be about to take a bleeding here. How many Broodmaster Breaks do you fucking have? Good lord. Just got an entire deck of the fucking bastard. Now here's the thing though, we didn't get that many Shiver Shades into play yet, so I think I'm gonna hold off on casting Alatar right now. Which definitely makes Bitter Winter the better choice. This cleans out the whole board. It's a full board reset. He keeps 2 Bregs, but they're both 1/1 Bregs. So they're not as big an issue. And now he has an Ember Scale. Great! I might be SOL here. I did not properly prepare for what he was going to be doing there at all. To be fair, how was I to know what he was going to be doing? Okay, so we Demon Pact this one. I would have rathered the one in the same row as the Ember Drake to buy me time. But I'm going to be Hailstoning this one. Which also will put some good damage on that Ember Drake anyway. And I can kill it since it's frozen. So we turned that around this turn completely thanks to pulling for ice spells. And he's going to be top decking now, so we should actually be pretty well off. More cookies. You. I forgot you were hot-headed. Well, there goes that plan. Because the idea was going to be to give the Solemnist an actual solid shot. Instead, he's going to be kind of weak. Because he's only going to be able to take blood from Brig. I don't even know if it's worth playing the cookies at all, then. Because Brig, I think, actually won't even take damage from that anyway, now that I think about it. I think I just have to play Alatar, even though his effect's not going to really do too much. Rather than waiting for the combo, I need to get him on the board so I don't die. Now watch, the genie's gonna pop up this turn, and I'm gonna cry. Okay, the predictable thing didn't happen this time. Good news, everyone. Now we play the Solemnist. Because he has 6 health, he'll be useful. And I can give him and everyone another hit point as well. I'll personally kill that Ember Drake so it doesn't kill my Blade Keeper. And now we have board control. I'm hurting, but I have board control. Ooh, Whelp Rider, huh? Don't like that. Yeah, the predictable thing did happen, just delayed enough for me to think it didn't happen. Okay, game, I see you. Everything I have will survive this, so just clear his board. This way we make room to be able to do damage. I could slice down the Whelp Rider, but that would hurt me. And I don't have the health to be playing that game now. And as it stands, even with losing the Blade Guard, I have board control right now. I don't need to compromise that. There's a lot happening here. Yeah, I still have lots of cards in the deck. So his creatures. Get some more health for my boys. Thing is, he has so much armor. It is proving to be such a problem to chip through all that armor. Oh, I don't like that that's on the board again. I just killed that. The problem is it's flying. I just straight up lose here, actually. Because I can't kill this turn, and I can't stop that because of what I drew. All of that just to die to a 10-10 flyer. It's magic all over again. Yeah, because even with a double blast from that, it didn't kill. Ironically enough, if both of them had gone for Rishu, we would have won. But since I have no control over where the Shiver Shades shoot, RNG just said no. We were so close. That's tragic. So 1 win, 1 loss so far today. Things like Frost Shard's kind of necessary to make him predict. Oh no, I didn't have any of his relics yet. Huh. Now the question is, do I want to do the weekly? The Braxis. Enemy minions with 5 power or more have fleeting. Enemies start with 10 armor, and we have 10 more starting health. I'm not going to worry about doing that right now. I do think getting Piper some stuff is going to be better for us. Like, specifically, Frost Shard's necessary for that build to go anywhere. These Shiverbone Slimes will actually be useful as well. Dark Scholar's Ritual. Play 5 frost spells, deal 3 frost damage to all minions, summon a Shiver Shade for every friendly minion that dies. Okay. We're gonna go in with somebody else this time. In fact, we'll do some silly nonsense with Parsley to get through that area. Because we should be able to get through here with this setup. When the game decides to load. There we go. It really does just have a problem where the longer it's played, the worse it loads. It's weird. This is fine. So the Puff Caps go into the deck, and what the Puff Caps do is they evolve a random minion whenever they get drawn. Now that could be my minion, could be an enemy minion. Anything could happen. You've just got a bunch of chickens. Okay. Oh hey, there it is happening now. It upgraded their chicken. Thanks. Thanks. Because the thing is, it's supposed to lower the cost of enemy minions and raise the cost of ours, but since it was a 1 cost, it couldn't make it worse. So those just inherently became better. That's like the only case where that's a problem. There's a relic that makes something going to 0 cost kill it as well, which is quite nice. Just summon you have Hothead, kill the fish. There you go. Job's a good one. And now that he's almost dead, we can swap him out by evolving him. So now he is the Frizzle Cauldron. Combat starts, summon 2 Pyre Wisps in adjacent columns. He is now inanimate, unfortunately. But that's okay. I now get free Pyre Wisps. Which doesn't help is I don't have any cannons, but... Hey, you're now Chief Samu. Thorns 2, when he's played, deal damage equal to your minion's total thorns to an enemy minion, 2 damage. Not really impressive, but useful. Considering we got him for free. Let's go ahead and evolve Pyre Wisp, who now became Coral Chef. So that'll help. You see what the bit here is. We just keep scaling up our minions and just doing silly nonsense. Because it's very easy to maintain board control with a setup like this. What you have to do against a setup like what I'm doing here is you have to remove it fast. You don't remove it, it grows out of control like it has here, and just things are gonna happen. What things? I don't know. Things you're not gonna be able to stop. We got Ruby Ray now, 5/5. Take note also that the evolved creature is not summoning sick. So if I evolve something that has much greater strength, like I just did there, I get a free hit with it. So, that causes a lot of problems, too. It's evolution, baby! Get some Slushmore Bandits. But the Wartwood Cap is right there. And Shroom Nectar for double evolving things. And no, this is all about evolution, so give me that. What do we got? And you know what, Wick? Come on. I have an idea. Because see, the thing is, having the brigade guys along gives me more evolution fodder. That's the vision. I could also turn my puff caps into golden puff caps. The problem is they give +1/+1 and or -1/-1 instead of evolution. So they're arguably better, but they're less fun. And then there's the FMF plushie. After you add a puff cap to your deck, stack a light show in your hand. Light show is neat because it'll repeat the effect the more light show copies you have in your hand. So it's a 1-cost, randomly give a friendly minion +1/+1 or deal 2 damage to an enemy minion. Repeat X. So we're taking the plushie, since we're all about having those puff caps. And we do have a bounty on this Blood Whelp, so let's go get that bounty, shall we? Get rid of you two. Well, that's a worse hand, actually, but thankfully we are going second, so it's not the worst hand. Let's go ahead and get a Puff Launcher out over here. I was gonna put it in front of the Blood Whelp, but I'd actually rather put something that'll kill it there. What that's gonna do, though, because of the relic we have, is gonna passively generate 8 light shows for me. Now we'll put that over there, so we actually have something that'll get rid of the Blood Whelp. So we currently have this repeat once. It's not really what I want. So let's get more blockers in play instead. We are getting outboard controlled right now, which is bad. And he's gonna do turbo buffing, which is annoying. Thankfully, he doesn't have enough blood tokens yet to go really wild with that. Right, you have Sword Master! No, my plans. You are hot-headed, so you'd kill one of them immediately. Yeah. I'll have you take the Brood Knight out. Because that cuts their engine out. I also get my own Brood Knight that way. And then next turn we will play the Laser Light Show. Because that will do nothing but good. You see, all the things they have will die to Light Show. Perfect, that's what I wanted. That's why I was waiting before using the Light Show. Is now it'll go 4 times. Perfect. Just about cleared their board. Now we just block off the Whelp from being able to do anything. Not to mention the fact that we just win anyway because we killed the things that were in the way. So really that all worked out perfectly. I admittedly only realized the path was clear at the end of that sentence. Let's see. Could get another Puff Launcher and another Fungus Fleetfoot. But I don't really want or need the... Oh, actually the Rotting Puff can work because it'll add a poison when it gets transformed. Do that or I start getting some more yellow cards. I could get 5 Seraphinas. How about no? Well, we'll keep taking the mutation plan. I'm starting to doubt the current narrative of that plan a little bit, but it's okay. Let's get Barrier for our Puff Launcher so it doesn't just die. We do have some Stab and Grabs that I can put to use. Go ahead and buff the Fungus Fleetfoot to do 4 damage. Help him do his job. And that's the neat thing about Parsley, by the way, as you can see there, is if he would be evolved in any way or transformed, he just summons another Fungus Fleetfoot instead. So actually, let's get him up to a 4/4. That's a good move. We can't afford the Relic Shop, so Ramen Shack it is. Now I could just get some chefs by doing that, I guess. I don't really want most of these things right now, honestly. I'm gonna go to the Relic Shop even though I can't afford it, just to see what other options there would have been in there. The only thing we haven't seen is the Finn Lockley Taiyaki, which is your first spell each turn that costs 4 or more, costs 1 less. Not really anything that would have been for us anyway. We sadly missed out on the Deadly Battle because of the bounty, but it's fine. Okay, and he's gonna be playing traps. This is fine. This thing is, even if they turn somebody into a chicken, we just transform the chicken into something else. You are now a foreman, which is terrible because you're not stronger, you're just a higher cost. So that evolution was worthless. Okay, it's not a block beam. It's a good thing he has less health than me. Okay, you've turned them into a chicken. You know what? I can live with that. Ow, Gizmo provisions again. Okay. So the Chime Bot is saved. Annoying. It's fine, but it's annoying. Yep, I get a free Ransack Rupert, though. It might be a good time to evolve twice, honestly. Now I'm 1 mana short still, never mind. Because it would downgrade them and upgrade me. The thing is, all of them are already at the bottom pretty much as well, so it wouldn't actually help that much. I did nick a recoil rockets, apparently. Not really sure actually when I did that. More gizmo provisions, okay. Their board just will not die. I'm so waiting for going for the big evolution play and then getting blocked by a spell canceller. Let's see if it happens. Nope. So now we've got Rez, Flintlock, and Papa Vile, and all they've got is a Xiaofin Novice. I think I came out of that pretty good. So we'll actually get piles of Serpent Song copies because we do play a lot of spells. We don't quite win this turn. Yep, more Gizmo provisions, what do you know? So their Xiaofin doesn't die. Have you noticed the theme with what he does here? He spawns a lot of chime bots to give himself more traps, and then he plays all of his traps, and then he hopes for the best. We've won already. But I'm feeling spiteful. More Gizmo provisions! Ah! Die! Just die! Oh, hey, there's the recoil rockets as well. Why didn't that trigger off the spell? Huh. Interesting. More you know. I think I'll take this at this time. The membership card also gives us good evolution fodder. We're back at full health already, so let's make a friend. I swear I very rarely have used anything other than make a friend. Let's get a second parsley. This way, if we lose a parsley, we're not in the same situation we were in with our puffin friend, who kept getting destroyed. You arrive at the entrance of Frostfall Pass, marking the start of the treacherous mountain climb. The ever-vigilant Lucia Silverspine guards the trailhead, stopping those without a map from stepping foot onto the trail. So we can run past her, or you attempt to dash past Lucia, stumbling and hurting yourself in the process. You manage to get by, but are forced to sacrifice a party member to cover your escape. Or we could buy her a hot drink. Over sugar swill hot cocoa, Lucia shares a somber tale from her past involving her father Reginald, once famous professor, and his notorious wingblood assistant. Wiping tears from her eyes, she presents you with her trailhead map. Well, that's our only way through there without sacrificing somebody, so sure. And we now have the trailhead map. Trinket shops have increased rarity odds. Neat. And we have to fight a fish for access across. I was honestly expecting to have to fight Lucia anyway. He is the mid-boss. That would have made an amount of sense. Get rid of Wick, otherwise this is good. Perfect. Oh, he has sandwiches, okay. I was like, why is that chicken so good? There we go, get our light show buffed up already. Now you'll notice that each of the puffs from the Futus don't count, it only counts once, which is unfortunate. That Futu is pretty much guaranteed to die unless I use light show. Do I care? It keeps their fish from scaling, so probably. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. It gives us two 2/2s to use. I should have played the rotting guy. Mess with his mana scale. But he's just spamming one costs anyway, so all it would have done was mean he cast one less of them. Stab a chicken. Honestly, I'll take a chicken of my own, that's fine. Now we play that to get in the way. Because one of the chickens will kill it, give him poison. And he played himself, because now he won't actually get the other attack, so that works perfectly for us. And here we do a clever. Because we don't evolve one of our guys, we actually devolve his fish, so he doesn't have a 5-5 anymore, he has a 1-1. It will admittedly put a Brigade Trap in my deck, but that's okay. That's better than having to deal with a 5-5. And he's just gonna feed it to the famished fish anyway. I don't really have a reason to use Shroom Nectar this turn. It's gonna be very wasteful to do that. So we're gonna membership card. Which will even do? The tokens give extra. Huh. No. Not really. Let's go ahead and take the Duskling then. Because the Duskling will die and give us a power boost. Ooh. Dang it. So we lost the benefit of the Duskling immediately. You need to do something at 8-7, so we'll just turn that into a Riot Rocker. There you go, perfect. A chick on Light Show. And we win. We would have won without the Light Show, but, you know, you gotta flex on him a little bit, right? Right. Could get Double Cross. That's risky. I wouldn't mind having Ransack. Yeah, sure. Because y'all haven't seen Ransack yet, and I've not gotten to use it. Add a copy of a random card from your opponent's hand to your hand, it costs 1 less. So it becomes quite literally anything you can do, I can do better. Or which is quite funny. Just checking on a thing since the ads were already running anyway. We do only have the 1 relic, so a relic shop wouldn't be bad. Can I get back to the deadly fight from there? Yes. Okay. Then yeah, we'll hit the relic shop. Lovely. Guess I'll take the Banshee Boomstick, because at least the evolution cards will still mean I can give the +1/+1 to something. So that still works. We don't have anything that costs 8. So that, well, we do. We have 1. We have Wick. But literally there's a 5 cost gap between Wick and the next closest cost. So this Fungal Figurine DX is useless. I've yet to see a deck where that would be good, actually. I would have to assume it'd be like a Shroomsaur deck or something. Is this where I burn a card? Burn Wick out of the deck. Yeah. We could have kept Wick and used him a decent bit because we would have been able to just play all of our green stuff and then play him basically for free, but he would end up being a dead card so often that I don't think it was worth it. This hand's actually great. We're keeping that because we might actually get to see Parsley come into play for a change. Play a Futu. And we'll go ahead and do a little stealing. Actually, yeah, put Stella into play. That's perfect. She'll deal 2 damage to something and just be a good lifesteal cat on the field. I could do something about both of their things there, potentially. I think I'll just put you on the board for now. Okay, so you guaranteed get a card with focus. He's just got a whole brawler setup going here, which is going to be very concerning. And now he's a Brood Knight. You know what? I can live with that. Oh, the Rotting Puff doesn't actually have an animate either, so that can actually attack. Huh. The more you know. Yeah, that'll do. The Rotting Puff just gets stronger, why not? More focus gained. Terrifying. The thing is that +4/+4 on those brawlers doesn't say it's temporary. And he's also got the white belt, which is giving random brawlers +1 power. So that's also very concerning. Get Parsley onto the board. I had to think about that for a minute. How many of those frogs do you have? Yep, now you are buffed up. You're almost buffed up. That's gonna buff their one that's in the hand, which is concerning, but that's the better move, I think. This Stella will also take care of the frog. But now they've got a pair of 6/6s on the board is the issue. Get rid of the stronger one. And actually we win now. There we go. I did bad math again. I thought I was gonna be one short, is why I was making sure to be prepared there. Silly me, thinking I was in danger. Get more yellow-footed polys, but the rest of that's not helpful. Could get another ransack, but I don't want the other two. It wouldn't actually be bad to have the Petal Mages for a little bit of stability and the Poison Puff Grenade for removal. Let's go back to the temple garden. Since we're charismatic, we can do something different this time. You praise the gardens and his devotion to it. She shares the story of establishing the Blossom Academy with certain River Clan samurai she's fond of. She blushes. She invites you to view the Academy's finest relics for purchase. Absolutely. So let's see, we've got Blade Polisher at the start of your turn, sharpen your katana. The Trickster's Gi. You start turn, add a Sucker Punch to your hand. It's a 5 cost. When you play this or discard this, deal 2 draconic damage to the lowest health enemy. Or the Ignis Palm Beads. +1 pyro damage, turn start, add Blaze Fist to your hand if you don't have one. 1 cost, must pyro spell, deal 2 pyro damage to a minion. If it dies, scorch the tile. That could be good for free removal. It'll also be a 3 damage spell for 1. Yeah, we'll buy that as a temporary. Oh no, it takes up too much space. Shit. That's where I was going wrong, is there are some relics that take up 4 slots, so you can't have multiple of them, basically. I don't want any of these, then. We're gonna go ahead and make a friend. Give me another Wartwood cap. This turns out spells don't crash the game when you duplicate them, just when you click it a bunch, I think is why it got mad at me that time. Even more things I can actually play immediately, too. Oh, you got brute skins, huh? That's upsetting. Considering that's the 1/2 cost I think that I can't readily stab and grab. I can stab and grab that, though, so that helps. Shank. Ooh. Yeah, I'll take my own brute skin ancient. Sure, why not? I am gonna end up taking a 2 on the chin, but that's just gonna have to be okay. There's nothing I can do about that. Yeah, go ahead and put parsley there. Because next turn we could do a mass evolution and really mess everything up. We also get a free fungus. Got Lorenza, but she needed to be played for her effect to happen, and same with the Beach Bones. I can't really say that I debuffed them that much, if I'm honest. Like, they're a little worse off, but not as worse off as I would have liked them to be. Can't say I'm surprised by that play. I'm gonna sacrifice this stab and grab just to keep Parsley in play. Because we can just do that to keep him safe. And now we have our own Fritz bot that we could potentially turn into something bigger and better. Yeah, the Beach Bones get shot, so does the Mushroom Man. Wait. Why did the Mushroom die? Huh? Oop. What? Eh? He had 3 health, didn't he? What? I sense shenanigans occurred here, but you know what? It's fine. I can't save Parsley this time, unfortunately. So let's get another friend out of him first. On the bright side, we're in a command position at the moment. And that has changed a little bit. Because they now have a super archer. Now he became a duskling, that's okay. Light show. Okay, I just got buffs. That's okay. Let's get rid of that Captain Poe of yours. It became Sizzle Queen Sierra. That's okay. Not really what I would have hoped for, but I'll take what I can get. You are actually just gonna die to the archer in hindsight, but, well, too late. Nothing to be done. And you have another Captain Poe, so everybody just got even stronger. Oh, this is a problem. This is a big problem. That archer needs to stop. Oh, great, it just became a buckaroo instead. That's so much better. That's such an improvement for me. It's a good thing I win this turn, or I'd be very upset right now. Because that would have been an evolution that actually would have killed me if I hadn't won that turn. So that was going to be a problem. Bunch of heart mages. I don't want any of that. What's my free relic? Brigade flag. To give 2 brigade traps to my enemy immediately? Yeah, actually. That'll be useful, and I feel like this trinket shop is better. I don't know if that's true, in fact. Let's give you tough, so you stay on the board longer. In fact, tough and thorns, because we play a lot of yellow-footed polys. So now they'll stay on the board and actually do some damage. The knotted swords can go ahead and go to somebody. They will in fact go to somebody. You know what? There you go, you're all 2 1s now. Enjoy. Now to deal with this nonsense up here again. The good news is we can counter some of the things he does. Is we can just devolve whatever I'm scared of the most. Now, get the puff launcher out immediately. That's a much more important thing to stab right there. If it wasn't 5 cost, I'd be much more interested. Give me an Emberwelt. Okay, we want to avoid that dozing dragon if we can. Let sleeping dragons lie. Trust me on that one. Membership card. Ooh, Lustrous Star Scale. Yeah, that'll work. Anything that summons more minions is great for us. That's not great for us. That thing you've done there, very upsetting, because it woke up your sleeping dragon and put a hole in my board. On the bright side, I have less to be worried about with using Light Show now, so just use it straight away. That's not what I wanted. I was really hoping for both of them to get hit. So that would have solved the problem. On the bright side, we have a different problem solver. It's called Stab It with this little mushroom man. There you go. I see. Why did you play them apart? You should have put him next to the Brood Knight so that you could have gotten the thing going. But okay, you do you. Let's draw down behind that. She's got infinite riff, so any spells I play, summon the Dancing Dragon. Let's go ahead and stab the Brood Knight again. Get our own Brood Knight. We also start getting Dancing Dragons on the board to just have more board clog. There's a Whelp Rider, which I do not want to see right now. That's actually well-timed Raining Knives, because that clears off their board. And gives me more Dancing Dragons. Which are the perfect evolution fodder. Oh, wow. From a 1-1 to a 4-4. Let's go. He's also going to give me light shows. I have a fair amount of puff caps in the deck, actually. So play a light show to trigger Riff, which gives me a 4 times light show. And we're going to light show again now. Neither of them killed the Whelp Rider with all of the light shows that happened, but we got plenty of buffs. So there's that, I guess. We still lose my 7 attack guy that I wanted to try to save. But hey, we have commanding board control for the moment. Yep, here come the Broodmaster Briggs. This is what I was expecting next, yeah. Get rid of the poison, that makes sense. Let's get Parsley on the board. This does mean we have no room to play anything else anymore, though. Until some of our stuff starts dying. We've also aggroed the dragon, which is an issue. But on the bright side, once these dancing dragons start dying, they're gonna get stronger. He has 15 stacks of blood tokens in his hand. He has so many tokens. I'm glad I kept killing those Brood Knights, otherwise that would have been a real big problem. As it stands, this is still a problem. Because he keeps getting all that free damage thanks to the Vital Edge. And there's his Blitz Burst. Uh-oh. Is he gonna use it right now, though? That's the better question. No, not till he's done spamming. Yep, now he plays 5 more blood tokens. Oh no, that didn't play 5. Oh, it just makes all of his blood tokens do more. Okay. The 5 tokens was the requirement. Right. So this is suddenly unpleasant. You can handle the Dozing Dragon. Heal that so it stays on the board. Play a light show so we get another buffed up Dancing Dragon as well. There we go. We don't quite win this turn. If the light show had landed differently, I think we would have actually killed there. But instead, we are in a good position, despite the fact that he's got some terrifying cards coming into play right now. I just need to be able to get a spot to attack him. And since he's putting all of his tokens into Braig, he's going to lose. He's making a mistake. What he should have done was buff that Drake. That's blocking me from killing him. He also didn't put anything else to stop me from killing him on the other line anyway. So he just loses by default. I see what his play was. He was aiming for a big swing through my field there to kill me, but he couldn't do it. Because I had 2 creatures. There was no mathematical way that that was ever going to work. So now I kill this and I just win even more. Like, he was SOL from the word go. Oh, that turn. But by the same token, considering his hand ended up empty, I don't think he had anything. So it didn't matter that he had the choice he made there. So there we go, that's a parsley win. And it also gets us out of the frost area and on to the next one. With lots of money to show for it. Next stop, Sproutwood. But let's go buy some more stuff. You've unlocked all your stuff, you've unlocked all yours. I don't really want the rest of yours, because it's all trap stuff. What setup do I want to play with? I think we grab your unlocks. At least from there. I don't really want your all-access pass. That's your last relic, and it's not a relic I want. I'm probably just gonna let that rot there. Grab Beat Drop for you. Ooh, Draconic Cadence is your second one. Play 8 Serpent Songs, banish all Serpent Songs from your graveyard, and recast them on random targets. Okay, I see the vision there. Grab you a bit more health. Grab Pyre Wisp for you, just to get another thing. We'll go take Rez out for a spin. Now that we've got some better stuff for her, he should be able to do a better job. We gotta go face off against Brewfizz. Now, there's a specific companion that would be ideal to get. We'll see if I end up getting it. We do have rerolls, so I might actually fish for it. I need to remember to use those rerolls more. I constantly forget about them because they're down at the bottom there. That's fine. Riot Rocker. Use the cheapened Serpent Song to kill that. I didn't realize I was going second. I just was not processing that at all. I should have just played one of my Hymn Hells. But it's fine. We're still on curve and we're in the lead at the second, so it's fine. That is rapidly changing. Especially since I'm not getting any spells to use to leverage our position at all. I'm just crammed with two drops that aren't strong enough. And they are cramming the board with little veggie boys. This way, at least I get another Serpent Song to start trying to chain with. That Bramblesaur is going to be an issue. We got off to such a bad start here. Thanks, I hate it. So this does 4 Draconic damage now. Oh right, your Rift only triggers once! I keep getting Rift and Infinite Rift crossed in my brain, thinking Infinite Rift is just Rift. Yeah, that's why her infinite riff is Serpent Songs, is so that I could do what I was trying to do but screwed up just a moment ago. Which was just start spamming piles of Serpent Songs to clear the board. This is what I was trying to do the whole time. Just sing your problems away. Sing, sing away. I could get some natural Serpent Songs, which are actually really good. Because that means I can put trinkets on them, and all other Serpent Song copies will take that. Nope, try again. There we go. Lustra Star Scale, because she pairs perfectly with what we're doing here. Because now, if we start spamming Serpent Songs, we actually both get creatures and can get board removal. I could have all groupies be dancing dragons. That would work well with Lustra, but I would rather have the Devil Core Choker, so I get card draw. And there are better things to turn the groupies into than dancing dragons, probably. Because there's like Devil Core groupies they can turn it into. If we get the right things for it. This is fine. Okay, you set us up the bomb. Let's go ahead and get Regis Ribbit out there right away. Because that'll get rid of their card. I love that they already blew up, by the way. They did the funny bomb play and immediately blew themselves up. See, my plan was to play the Riot Rocker to kill whatever they had played, but they didn't play anything. So we'll just fill the board, I guess. They're just playing Grog. They're just getting sloshed. When your turn starts, destroy all minions. How about no? Absolutely not, you ticking time bomb fuck. No. Should have played him first so I could have gotten the riff, but I have another Serpent Song in hand, it's fine. Misplays for days. So if he keeps building up armor, all he's gonna do is hurt himself because he's out of cards in his deck. And he's trying to do the same thing again. Okay. You've clearly learned so much from last turn. And we just win. Because even though he lives through this turn, he now dies when he goes to draw for his turn. That's the first time I've won by having somebody deck out, actually. That's a first. And the best part is they decked themselves out. I didn't even have to mill them or anything. Incredible. Yeah, this is absolutely the choice. Shadow Violet is very good. It summons a 1/1 copy of the entire opposition's hand. And Encore just gives me lots of Serpent Songs that I can use for cheap. So, perfect for the setup we're going for here. Where I just start spamming until the battle ends. Ooh, Dragon Blade Dance. Deal 1 draconic damage to an enemy minion, plunder, summon a groupie. Perfect. Give me that. It also gives me another removal method and a guaranteed way of getting spells to use. Who's to trigger more things. Give me a second altar. So I can buff my damage. Cryomancer. I thought he was a haunted crewmate at a glance of the portrait. This game really does have good music. Once per turn after a frozen enemy minion dies, summon a Shiver Shade. Hate that. Hate that you have that. I'm just gonna bank my extra mana for this turn, though. Because there was nothing I needed to use it for. Oh wow, I can get at Lustra turn 2? That's actually risky. Put her over there. The idea is if I put her in front of one of the Shiver Shades, she'd fight it and then get killed by the Shiver Shades effect. This way, at least they had to burn a spell to knock her barrier off. And I can put some more stuff on the board to reduce the risk of her just getting shot. Well, I would put more things on the board if I had things I could put on the board. Now, Regis, you're it. Tag. And at least I get the lifesteal before things go horribly awry. But I get the feeling she's not staying on the board long. No, that went for me. Okay, hang on. There's still a chance. So we can also kill that, get a groupie, and get a dancing dragon and start populating the board a bit. It would chaff. And all the damage I take doesn't matter because she keeps healing us, so we're in business as far as that goes. Yep, there it is. Nah, that is only 1 damage though, unless he... Nope, he pulled a 4 cost, so he can't use it. He is keeping my board down at the same time, which is annoying. I'm getting close to being able to do a big move, though. Just keep them busy. Once I have enough to do Encore and then already have res on the board, then stupid things happen. Yep. I figured they were gonna kill her before I could do that, though. That seemed like a given. Just cleared off my board again. I could at least play 2 of those Serpent Songs and clear their board. I think that's better than continuing to wait. So I'll still have a Serpent Song left over. This way, at least we're both on a level playing field of nothing, nowhere. And I can do a clever move, potentially, this turn. Thing is, I don't know if he has any other creatures in his hand. The clever thing would have been to play Shadow Violet and then cast a spell, so I get all the copies, but I'm betting he doesn't have anything. So I don't think that would actually matter. She is still strong enough to kill their Cryomancer, though, so I think that's still the play. Put her on the board, and then put a Riot Rocker down instead. Take note of the fact that all my Serpent Songs are still cheaper. Having played that, they're permanently cheaper. Well, now it's Mutually Assured Destruction. So much for the big shenanigan play there. Though, all they had was a Rhyme Paw, so all I would have gotten was that anyway. They've clearly only had spells otherwise. All in all, that's still a good trade in our favor. Because now we can still get res safely down. We know what they have. Is of what they have left in their hand. Get Hoopla down. Every combat start, he summons a groupie. Yeah, I figured you were still gonna go for that. That's fine, because she lives that. But we now have a risk if we try to clear their board. But honestly, it's worth it at this point. we're also putting down so much chaff for them to potentially end up hitting anyway. Of course they killed both the Hooplas, though. Of course they fucking did. So I can't keep spawning more things. The good news is... Oh, it was only the next one. Why are these back to being expensive? Oh, right. No, it was because of the Riot Rocker that other one was cheaper. Son of a... That means that plan wasn't gonna work. Oh, well. Give me another groupie. What does my burst do again? Right. I can now sing directly at them. Which also means we win. Because I have infinite serpent songs, so... Just sing their ears off. Could get some grooves. I don't really want those. I think, yeah, this is a cheap copy of getting 2 serpent songs. And we can get the Lifesteal Cat back. I don't really need another Hymn Howl, but that's a useful set of cards overall anyway. Mushmuck Glade, Relic Cache. We do want the Relic Cache because we earned that. The sandwich will actually be good for our groupies. The problem with giving the groupies sandwiches, and that's gonna sound bad when I phrase it that way, is when I make them relentless, they will lose the sandwich buff. I had that problem before. We do want that Vital Edge. That Vital Edge will do very good things for future builds. Means having to go over there, but that's okay. Now we fight Grimclaw. I would like a different thing that I can play turn 1, please. Not that. Guess I'm burning the bonus mana right away, then. Because I don't really want to play the Drake Altar and potentially lose it immediately. Because that'll make it useless. So Regis, you go fight the Brawler. Show him your funky banjo tunes. Okay, so you're a 2-for-1 deal with those. Understood. Not the biggest fan of that, but you know what else is a 2-for-1 deal? Me killing you and getting a groupie. There you go. And since they both have Rush, they both go in immediately too, which is really nice for them. Also really annoying for me. Well, second verse, same as the first. Give me another one of those. And we'll put one of our altars down for just flat draconic damage boost. I love that the groupie just happened to line up with it too, both times. That was such a waste of a Feral Claw, killing just one guy that was already on his last legs, but okay, you do you, game. I understand the spite play. Just not often you see the bot pull the spite play. Are you stupid? Why didn't you kill Lustra that way? It attacks 3 times, it would have punched right through the barrier and killed her. I'm so confused when the game makes poor choices like that. It's really funny when it happens, but it's just like, but do you not know how your own game works? Oh? Anyway, just start getting an army of dancing dragons up on the board. We've basically won this fight already. This was nothing. Okay. But once again, you would have done so much better if you had just done things in the correct order. Instead of the order you did them in. Make all of my serpent songs cheaper. And now we just Serpent Song you away. And now my board is filled with death and you lose. I don't understand what half of those plays were. Like, I make misplays left and right, but those were magnificently bad ideas. Spending 4 just to remove something that was gonna get removed by a stiff breeze. I don't really need more encores. Could get Hexy and start getting more groupies on the board. And Hexy specifically would have hot-headed ones that would rush in to fight. And Groove would start filling the deck up a bit. I'd actually rather, I think, have the bomb riffs. Trinket Shop's fine. Can cast, draw a card. Put that on my Serpent Songs. More cycling. Let's give all of our groupies more health and more attack. This way they're flat 2/2s, and then they'll be 3/3s with the sandwich buff. Because they still don't have abilities, so it works. As you fight through thick brush, you stumble upon a secluded camp hidden away in the swamplands. Several mean-looking sprout elves are huddled around a fire, muttering to themselves about their troubles. The stockpiles of stolen goods point to the strangers as being bandits. So we can grab some goods. Quietly, you stalk the perimeter of the camp. A small pouch of gold lies unguarded among scattered supplies. You nab it and acquire 50 gold. We can go even further and sneak into the leader's tent. With the skill of a practiced sneakster, you make your way into the bandit leader's tent at the center of camp, completely unseen. Inside, you find a small gold chest and take it for yourself, gaining 100 gold for your efforts. Or we can go be friendly with the bandits. The bandits are startled, but are put at ease when you offer to help them after hearing of their woes. You offer one of your party members as a recruit for their ranks, and you donate some of your funds to their cause. Why would I do that? That just seems like a downside across the board. I'm taking your money. I don't understand. Like, I guess if you needed to remove a card from your deck that you didn't want, it would be good. But there's so many other ways to remove a card without having to pay gold for it, that it just seems silly. Like, the story you're telling there makes sense, because you're helping the bandits that are down on their luck out, but fuck them. Now, we'll bank that for the moment. We don't need to do anything at the second. Vanguard Tactician. Okay. There's not a lot I can do about this problem right now. It only does 1 damage, though. We'll just ignore it. That's tomorrow's problem. Which, speaking of tomorrow, we do have that Battle Golf lobby at 2:30 tomorrow. So bear that in mind. It's gonna be a bunch of people that Mel has recruited, so I don't actually know all who's gonna be there at all. Which also led to me not actually making something for it this time, because I was uncertain. There we go. Just keep stacking things up behind the super groupies. Now, I could get away with making them Relentless now, because they'd still be 2/2s with Relentless. And then, when they die and come back, they would then be back to being buff. That's a thought. Peachy, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully you were having a grand time with whatever it was. And of course, if any of y'all need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. Taking care of yourselves should always be your first priority. We're just hanging out, playing some cross Blitz. Just a simple little card game, and where you who have 2 sets of 4x2 face off against each other, pretty much. Ooh, how was Mecha Chameleon? I've only played it once, and I do want to play it more. I just haven't had it in me to arrange a lobby the last couple weeks since then, pretty much. It's been a couple weeks. A couple days at the very least. It really is. And I think they were adding more stuff to it too recently, so it'll just keep getting better. Like, at least up to the lobby I did, I believe they reworked the Osaka map and made some other small changes. And I'm sure people have been coming out with more and more workshop maps for it too. I'm glad you had a great time. Let's see. Actually, the Wham Bam Jams will work for us this time, because Draconic damage actually matters for this setup. Yeah, to catch up everybody game mechanic-wise, well, I'll wait till I get to this fight and then I'll explain how the main mechanics of actual gameplay work, but as you can see, typical deck builder card game. Got a handful of factions. We're playing Chaos right now, which is the purple faction. I'll go ahead and explain trinkets. One of the neat things is you can take any cards in your deck and attach these trinkets you see here to them, and all copies benefit from it. Absolutely understandable there, Peachy. You go get some food. Food is important. Thank you again. And do take care. Let's see. What do I want to make cheaper? Honestly, let's make Lustra only a 2 cost because her health is only 2, and that keeps leading to problems. As far as things to give Thorns, the groupies do not have room for anything else. Actually, no. Everything can have 3 trinkets. So there's still 1 spot for the groupies, but they are only common. So they can't have anything better than that. Where's my Serpent Songs? Let's give them the trick book to make them do flat 1 extra damage, because Serpent Songs are main attack spell, because I have a lot of ways of getting more Serpent Songs. So that is a very good idea to have that be there. Yeah, you know what, Riot Rockers, go ahead and have Thorns. You tend to get killed anyway, so that'll work out. Meanwhile, in the Athenium, you enter a well-lit chamber filled to the ceiling with ancient books. It's overwhelming as you attempt to comprehend just how much knowledge is hidden away amongst the millions of pages. Queen Marin of the Sprout Elves sits quietly in a cushy chair, absorbed in a book. So we can do things based on the tags our 2 main characters here have. Is you can have a main character and a side character. We picked up Lustra Starscale here as a secondary character, so we have whatever her tags are as well. None of them apply here, though. Rez is charismatic and empathetic, so her options are right here. But our options are purchase ancient texts, so we can browse her unique trinket shop. We can charm the queen. You compliment Queen Marin, and she's enamored by your kindness. It isn't long before you're telling her stories of your various escapades across the world. Thoroughly impressed, she offers you a free trinket from the unique shop at the Athenium. Or we can express gratitude to the queen. You thank her for maintaining such an extensive library. She's grateful and explains how important it is to document the literature of the world. You agree wholeheartedly, and delighted by your understanding, she blesses you with 5 more max hit points. I'm actually gonna take the free trinket. I was debating just going to the trinket shop, but I'll take the freebie. Ooh, the encrusted coin is fun. So +3 damage for a spell is also really good. Can I... No, Serpent Songs are common. Damn it. That would have been so good to put on the Serpent Song, but that's why you couldn't. You know what? You are legendary. Give me more max mana when you're played. Perfect. And now I'll give you a better explanation of how the combat works. For anybody that came in late on through the raid, or came in late at all, really. Because you all probably should learn this. See that Prism Gem? That's 1 extra mana for whoever goes second. You can get rid of as many of these cards as you want, but you can only get rid of each slot once. This is actually a good hand, so I'm keeping it. As with a handful of card games, your mana will go up by a maximum of 1 every turn. So you start turn 1, you can only have a maximum of 1, turn 2, maximum 2, etc., unless cards adjust that. So we're just gonna play a 3-3 groupie here and just wait that out. Because of course they have 3 power, 3 toughness. Pretty clear. As you can see, they're setting my tiles on fire. If I place things on those tiles, they take damage. And every creature that's in play must attack. That's a guaranteed thing about this game. They will always attack. So you can't hold them back. The only things that won't attack are these inanimate creatures like this Drake Altar I've got here. Everything, of course, gets Summoning Sickness. That's what that hourglass there is. Okay, so if they throw fire at me, they freeze me. Annoying. I'm actually going to go ahead and Dragon Blade to get rid of you because it gives me another groupie. You'll notice that the groupie I summoned still has the trinkets because all copies of something still carry the trinkets you've equipped to whatever you have. Okay, frozen. Ice makes things take double damage. So ice is very dangerous, especially considering they freeze us with pyro spells as well. It's gonna be rough out here. Just summon another groupie, summon the Drake Altar behind the groupie so it's protected. As you might imagine, front line here takes the hits first, second line is safe unless spells are thrown at them. I don't 100% know what order things attack on the field. It does sometimes seem like it's not consistent. I don't really have any good answers there. We just ribbit. Ah. A lot of what I have interacts with increasing my spell damage and giving me more copies of spells and nonsense like that. Speaking of... Play the melody. Now I have some serpent songs. They all do 5 damage to a minion each. We'll just blow that up. Start getting rid of the fire tiles as well. So we already win. None of that mattered. Because as you might imagine, goal is, in most cases, to lower your opponent's health to 0. There are cases where there are unique victory conditions. Like there are puzzle fights that'll happen at certain tiles. Mana Knight wouldn't be a bad idea because I do cast a lot of spells, but I don't really need the 2 Sprout Guardians. After every fight, you get a bundle of 3 cards based on some of the tags you have amongst your troops, what your faction is, and what your companion's faction is. All are a factor in picking all this out. You have another option at Hexy, and we could get Mosh Pit, which summons a bunch of groupies. So sure, we'll go for that. That could actually be a really dirty trick, the Swift Dagger. After your opponent plays their first minion in a turn, deal 1 damage to it. Deadly battles like the one I did always have one of these relic caches behind them, so you could always get a choice of 3 relics. I do have 3 rerolls down there if I really don't like any of these. Yeah, I will reroll, actually. Try again. There we go, Banshee Boomstick. Supply Sack's also tempting. But no, Banshee Boomstick. Because again, I cast a lot of spells, so... First spell of the turn is going to make a minion in my hand stronger and mean I can't discard it. As far as this set of items goes, I don't need it. Boss time. This is the end of this run. Whether we win or lose, it's the end of this as character's path. This game does have a story mode as well, but I'm playing the roguelike side mode. Roguelite, rather. Rez can stay in this hand, honestly. We'll get rid of one of the Hymn Hells instead. Perfect. Because we're going first, so I needed to have something that cost 1 so I could play on turn 1, otherwise I'm sad and sitting there with nothing to do. Oh! I didn't know that's how that worked. Because see, I had encountered this card before, and I was wondering, why do you want this when it hurts your own hero and it just slides forward and gets in the way? The answer is you switch places with somebody that's the front line that way. Oh, that's clever. That's dirty and clever, and I hate it. I'll kill him on my turn and get a groupie. Yeah, because now I take the damage. It's technically mine when it dies, so I take the damage. That's what I assumed its main gimmick was gonna be. Was kicking it to the other player's field and using it to hurt them. Turns out there's more to it than that. Go ahead and put Regis Ribbit there. He can fight that. You down there. We do have ads coming up. Ordinarily, I pause for ads, but since today's A, a short stream, and B, this card game doesn't exactly have too crazy much going on, I tend not to be pausing today in particular. I'm also probably just going to be picking character or and such during this particular ad break anyway, so you're not going to miss too much. It'll be okay. Go, my groupie swarm. Okay, so Fleeting and Rush for these don't count as removing their bonus. Interesting. I guess since it's technically a temporary effect for them. Yep, I lost my totem. But we're gonna do a lot of damage, which was the point of that move. I really gotta stop putting things at the front line, because he just keeps shuffleboarding them around and being a dick. Could get res on the board, but I'm not going to do that quite yet. Let's populate the back line a bit. Take away the groupie they stole. If they steal Regis Ribbit, I'm not that upset. Oh, hey. In fact, there they go doing exactly that. Predictable. I have so many Serpent Songs. Yeah, I do only have one, so go ahead and kill that. It's just gonna turn into a Shiver Shade, so it doesn't accomplish much, but it's better than nothing. We've got this fight pretty well in hand right now. Oh no, you froze my whole board. Oh no. Yeah, my hand's full. Let's get res down in the back there. Kill that. Get another Serpent Song. Except there's not gonna be room for it because I just got a bunch of things. I forgot about the card draw, and my hand is so fucking crammed. I have shot myself in the foot. I have shot myself in the foot. Because I need to start getting rid of more of these cards. What I should have done was spam out a bit harder. And just throwing a bunch of creatures on the board this turn. But I wanted to get res on the board to start doing the thing. That's fine, I only lost a Riot Rocker. Stella pumps out, kills that. Dragon Blade that to get another groupie out there. Get Hoopla in play because he summons groupies. Whee! Yep, Boreas Brewfizz. All minions are always frozen. Combat start, give your minions +1/+1. Why is it looping, though? What? I don't know why that looped. Oh, did he use his thing? He might have used his thing. Because he was at 0 now. See, he's made a horrible mistake here, though. two horrible mistakes. One, he's left himself open to the 5 damage I have over here on the right side of my board without any armor anymore, so he's dead. For one. And for two, he's frozen everything for my removal heavy setup to just sit here and just eat his board. So, I'm gonna do exactly that. Like, this is just, like, gonna backfire on him. Needed to get rid of his bitrate destroying technique. I don't have room for it to spawn in my hand, so I couldn't even have it. Now I have it, but I have no mana. I win. Honestly, the end of that fight took long enough that the ads are basically done anyway. And that fight had been a foregone conclusion for the majority of the fight. Oh wait, he did get lucky and popped my units when his ice guys died, actually. So, he's not dead yet, but he has no chance. And now he's turning this around, actually, annoyingly. He's not going to win still, but he's now making this take longer. To see what I do is I just summon a bunch of instant attacking groupies and he dies. And that's why you don't crow about having a game-winning hand without having a backup plan for when and the plan you crowed about gets blown up. We actually got an S rank for that too, which is shocking. So now to give a bit of background for everybody who did not see the rest of how this works. Each stage you clear unlocks the next one. There's a normal and a hard difficulty. There is also a daily and a weekly mode. Ignore the fact that they call it daily and weekly because it's not accurate. These both changed literally during the day to day. Now, the daily one, I'd excuse it as like, okay, maybe it's daily based on a weird time zone, but the weekly one has changed multiple times during a week. So it's not actually weekly at all. Those cost you the husks we just got in order to go into, though. And husks also are how you unlock all of your various characters in here, of which I've unlocked a decent chunk of them. You can still pick them as companion characters even if you don't have them unlocked. You just can't pick them as a starting character. And you also can't unlock all of their stuff. Because you actually unlock relics that anybody can get, potentially. And cards that people can potentially pick up with them. I am probably only doing like one more run today because I did say it was going to be a shorter stream. So let's actually do... You know, I'll actually do both the daily and the weekly. We'll do that. Prize card groups cannot have cards removed from them, so you're stuck with the prizes you pick. Taverns are replaced with relic caches, and enemy minions with 5 or more power have fleeting. Okay. And we start with Core himself, the Sprouts Veil Archer, Vanguard Tactician, and Ironbark Archer. This seems fine. Really depends on what we're going to be up against in here, but that's fine. Now, how these work is there's a leaderboard for them, but there's an added bonus that's actually relevant if you don't like leaderboards or care about score. Your score influences how many souls you get. And you use your souls here at the bazaar to unlock other relics and rare cards. As well as some skins and such, I believe, too. So there's value to doing that. And that more or less catches anybody that came in from the raid or came in late on how the main meat of the game works, as far as this side mode goes. The main card art and deck building mechanics all apply to the main mode as well, but the unlocking and everything does not apply to the main mode. In the main mode, you're following specific characters' stories, using building your deck over their story. Yeah, we have no companion character, which is fine by me, because I typically was not taking the companion characters unless they made sense, or I wanted to do something weird. So we can focus on the elf build here. Now, they have the archer tag, which means they don't retaliate, but they also will not take retaliation damage. They basically have first strike mixed with trample, which is ridiculous. So if he had 2 attack, he would shoot this guy and then hit whatever's behind him, or hit the hero with the second point of damage. It's absurd. Now, a neat party trick is these Vanguard Tacticians will buff the archer behind them. So exactly what I just said happens. Now, there's a downside to the archer tag, and that is they will not retaliate against an enemy that hits them either. It's a two-way street with the retaliation there. We've got 3 points of mana, so we're just gonna put a duplicate of our setup there. But we win already anyway. They didn't block the archer, so they're dead. We don't get much overkill damage is the downside. The more overkill damage you do, the more points you get. The more specific things you do, the more points you'll get. Most of the same things that would get you more husks gets you more points. Sprouts Veil Enchanter. Ooh, summon a random 1 cost from the deck every combat? Okay. I gotta remember, though, I am stuck with them. So I wouldn't be able to get rid of the Petal Mages that I don't especially want. But I also don't want the rest of most of this, so yeah, we'll take it. I could leave, but you get points for acquiring cards and acquiring relics as well. Ooh, there we go. Vanguard Sprout Bow. I didn't get a chance to use this relic yet. After you play an archer, give it 1 extra health and guard, so I take less damage while they're on the board. And as you can see, I got 100 points for that. There's also a specific difference between the weekly and daily challenges. I believe it's the weekly ones you can redo as many times as you want. The daily, you get 1 shot. That's a 2-cost spell. Only gives them 1 more power and forces them to attack. I'm not super jazzed about that. Try again. I'll take the heavy sword, actually. I'm gonna be more prone to grabbing relics and things that I don't actually need to grab points this time. Because I can also replace relics, so it's not like it's an issue. Where's the deadly battle? Over there. I've already screwed that up. I should have looked for that sooner. Well, it's fine. Go fight the chef, then. Deadly battle's worth a lot more points. So going toward the deadly battle would have been the better choice. I don't need an entire hand of 2 costs right now. I say as I get an entire hand of 2 costs and a 4 cost. But it's fine. We'll put the archer down. You might think that's silly to put that there. But not only does he gain the extra health, but he'll attack whatever's attacking him first. So that chef will go in to attack and die. So he's actually just like an ideal option to protect himself. He also killed the extra archer because of the overflow damage. It's very silly. a very silly choice they made playing like that. So we'll just do it again. This one doesn't have the attack boost, though. What I would ideally like to do is actually set up some overkill so I can get more points. Okay, they've restored health to themselves. I love that food says restore health to a minion, and yet they've consistently been using it to heal the hero. They die next turn unless they do something particularly good about it, which they're just a sous chef, so they're not going to do anything about it. Which means I'm not going to get major overkill here, even if I put the tactician into play. Damn it. Oh, wait, hang on. They've now actually ruined everything. So that's not a bad thing, actually, that they've done that. That gives me more setup time to hopefully do more overkill. Because that's the funny thing, is if you're aiming for overkill, arguably you want the fights to last longer so you can set up more to hit them with. Stop setting me on fire with noodles. It's getting old. Let's get the enchanter down so we can start getting free units. So it's randomly placing, so it's going to put them in bad positions. The idea, though, is more units so that more damage can be done. Yeah, how the food stuff there is working is, as you can see on the card there, specific combinations of ingredients puts the recipe... puts the food card into your hand that you can then use, basically. Not quite gonna be able to get core on the board. We win this turn. And fortunately, you can't move cards around either. So this tactician's also useless. Oh well. We are going to get a little bit of overkill. In fact, yeah, we got over 5 points of overkill, so at least we triggered the bonus feat at the end. And every bit of overkill damage is still a benefit. We'll just take the elves over here. Sprout Brambleguard. We haven't seen this guy before, actually. He's a 4-cost, 0-4, inanimate tough. Tough means he takes 1 less damage. Got thorns, so he hits back harder than he would when he's attacking. And when he's being attacked, he'll force the archer behind him to attack. So he protects himself with support fire, which is really neat. And I believe the combo is built up by me not having taken damage in that fight. I believe both overkill and taking no damage both trigger combo. You want to try to keep that going as much as you could, as you might imagine. Let's see if we can get anything good here. Yeah, I don't have the right things for this. Yeah, sure, we're just gonna leave. I can go to the campfire. The relic will give me more points, though. Guess I'll take the old arrows. They're not really gonna get in the way that badly, and it does buff our score. Go do another sous chef battle. This one is going to actually give me something that's going to get in my way a bit. But it's going to be very good for points. Now, this is also one of the special battles, though. I can't get an overkill here. I have to make these 2 recipes. So this is actually be a very quick fight. So I need Octo Ramen, which is grain and seafood. I know this hasn't done anything yet. I have to play the sous chef for it to activate. But let's make the other one first, because ideally you want to just do this all in one go. So spice and fish. And now we play the sous chef. Cooks, and ta-da, we win. It's just a neat little puzzle fight. There's also some fights where the enemy starts with, like, treasure chests on the board, and things like that. Look at this. Look at all these fools I could possibly have that I'm not going to take because they will destroy the composition of this deck while we're trying to get points. I'll go ahead and take the pocket oven again, because it is another relic to equip that gives us a shed load of points. It's just gonna be more cards getting in the way is gonna be the downside to it. I have no money, so all of these kind of don't matter. Yeah, Temple Garden I think will be better for us, though. Unfortunately, both of these are purchase options. I was hoping we had the ability to get a clone, but it's fine. As you can see, a bunch of neat things there. Can't buy any of them. They're useless to me. We're also only halfway, by the way, in case people are like, wow, this was really short. It's like, no, we're only halfway up, and we're already at 3,400 points. So this is going to be a pretty good score. Can't buy any of these trinkets. Now we gotta fight the gut spot. Now, I am admittedly trying to go fast. Because in part, I want to ideally finish that commission I was working on before stream started tonight. And I want to make sure to get some decent rest before all that battle golf tomorrow, because that's going to be a thing. Okay. You have barrier, so you'll be fine. I'm interested in the fact that they didn't play their barrier on their bot, so their bot's just dead. Okay. You buffed the thing that has no chance. That's a move, I guess. Yeah. That legally qualifies as a move. Whenever you summon a golem, this gets a blueprint. Blueprints are a bunch of little buff spells like you saw them casting already. They're usually quite good. But unfortunately for him, he's in a very bad position to be making use of any of that. And this deck is kind of disgusting. Like, the elf setup naturally is just very, very powerful. As you can see, I already won. It's only turn 4. I didn't even have to try. This is one of the ones I would say use more on hard than on normal, because on normal you just win. You don't even need to look at the cards most of the time. Sprouts Veil Sage gains power equal to Thorns. I don't really have a lot of Thorns at the moment. Silence a minion and set its power to 0 until next turn. Destroy a minion with Thorns. Deal its Thorns to all enemy minions. Interesting. As much as I don't really need the Petal Mages, I think I will take that so I can get the Poison Puff Grenade and another Iron Bark. Bark isn't bad to have. Let's try to aim for this deadly fight up here. No, none of these relics are good for me. Would like to replace my old quiver. There we go. Once per turn, after you play a Sprout Elf that costs 3 or more, draw a Sprout Elf. Elf with a Militia Horn. I'm gonna replace that old quiver with that. That also triggered another set of points for equipping another relic. I could purchase another relic. Let's see what they've got. No. There's only so many times I'm going to pointlessly buy relics just for points. I also would like to get some trinkets for my elves, so I can get more overkill. Get rid of these two. There you go. Much better. We're going first again. So let's put the iron bark there. So remember, he'll get a buff if there's an elf behind him. So we immediately put a regular Sprouts Veil archer behind him, so he gets a buff, so he hits 4. There's almost always like some kind of opening rush strategy available with this setup. It's ridiculous. That Iron Bark's gonna die, but he'll take that knight down with him. Or he's just gonna die to that instead. Never mind. Well, that's irritating. The knight dies either way, though, because he just gets shot by the archer instead. So it's kind of a no-win scenario for him. In fact, this got worse for him, is now both of them get the tactician buff. And I think he's dead already. Yeah, he lost already. All because he cleared the guys out of the way so I could put the tacticians down. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And remember, this was a daily. I didn't choose this. I'm just reaping the rewards. Ooh, the Iron Bark Marksman, another ridiculous card. Any minion that's played in his column gets shot. I can also make all my archers attack. There's the one with dual strike. Yeah, give me all that. Give me all of those things that are going to do disgusting, awful things to my enemies. I can make somebody cheaper? I'm tempted to make the Vanguard Tactician cheaper, but it would only make it a 0-1. So it would just be terrible. I don't actually think any of this would be better cheaper. Let's reroll this. And I get the forearm guards again anyway. Barrier, though. Barrier for somebody. Honestly, let's... Oh no, I can't even give you barrier because you're... just terrible. Because they're all commons, so they can't even do anything cool. Well, here, have more thorns, I guess. Stupid common cards and their inability to do anything cool. Let's actually put barrier on the Iron Barks then. Not because I'm afraid of them getting attacked, but because I'm afraid of somebody just shooting them. Because if there's anything that the enemy would love to do, it's shoot them. There we go. We made our tacticians cheaper without needing to weaken them. We're also going to get another score bonus for doing this stuff here. Now we can give you thorns. Do I give you inanimate? He won't be able to attack anymore, but he would be stronger. He'd make a very good blocker, but I'm thinking no. He already has inanimate. Oh, I can't afford to give it to anybody anyway. I ran out of money. But all the trinkets I added also added to my score, so points. As long as we keep that combo going, this score is going to be stupid. But I'm betting people have massively outdone this score in this particular run here. Considering this has been a zero-effort run, there's no way somebody hasn't done better than this. By being more particular. Like making sure to get overkills and things like that. Now, of course, he does have a decent whack of hit points, so it's going to take a bit of doing to get through to him. But we can keep board control really well by everything he attacks with getting shot and dying. Oh, he has his own Iron Bark, though. Look at that. That's a problem. Don't that just beat all? You kids over here. I'm saving space for the tacticians. Oh, I guess an archer doesn't count. Oh yeah, except by archer minions, right? Whoopsie. Well, this is a shame. The one thing I was gonna use, which was my poison puff to solve this, is not available. I also can't put the Iron Bark down yet. But, thankfully... Cookie. Give everybody a little bit more health. We're still gonna lose the Iron Bark, because he's not gonna survive the conflict there. Because unfortunately, the archer doesn't shoot food before he attacks. His front, I think, always attacks before back. That's still fine. Let's go ahead and put the Iron Bark down back here. And we're just gonna pepper them with arrows. Our front line is flagging, unfortunately, but that's okay. We do have our Blitz burst that we can use. Oh, they just drew a ton of cards. What does my burst even do again? Oh, right, give all of my archers power and then force them to attack. So what you're saying is if I just, you know, play a couple more archers and then push this button, the fight's over. Unfortunately, Barrier eats all of the arrows, which is kind of silly. That's some good overkill damage right there. That's the first time I've gotten to use that one, but I've also not used Core since I unlocked that for him. As mentioned, it's kind of the easy answer. There's Slitherthorn Manor, which would give somebody Archer. I wouldn't mind having the Slushmore Bandits so I could hopefully get other things? Yeah. But also, again, big pile of score. Do I want the free relic, or do I go buy more cards for more score? Let's see what the free relic is. Disappointment. Shouldn't have bothered. I would have gotten more score going for the cards. Oh well. You know, it's one of those, oh, such a tragedy. Oh no, oh no. What a shame. Okay, more card draw. We have money left. Now we have to fight Demon Rishu again. Demon Rishu was a problem before, so he might still be rough to get through. This might be the one sticking point of the entire run. Especially since I did start screwing up my deck a little bit, but I think we'll be fine. Yeah, especially with a starting hand like this, we will be totally fine. And we're going second, no less, so I can actually set both these boys up immediately. Or I can get an Iron Bark down turn 1. Never mind getting Iron Bark down turn 1. As long as I can keep doing that, this is just going to be delightful for me. You know, I was just gonna say he needs a protector, and lo and behold, there's a protector for him. Now he shoots the whelp and starts damage going. This is gonna be the problem, though, is he has lots of removal, which will counter my nonsense. Let's actually get the Slushmore Bandit down back here, because we can turn him into an archer with the Slitherthorn. Ooh, we could get Juniper. Yeah, Juniper will be useful. Not only is she already an archer, but she will also start putting poison in their hand that they'll have to deal with. You're just gonna have those on call, aren't you? That's going to make this annoying. And bear in mind, there's not like a 4-card limit or anything, so he still has more copies even after 4 of them. Oh, right, it's at the start of turn, so he didn't even turn into an archer properly. Wait. Why is he gone? I looked away for a second and somebody died, apparently. That's upsetting. I'm gonna put a marksman over here in the hopes that he tries to expand out to this line. The good news is we haven't taken damage yet. Yeah, I kind of figured he was gonna go that angle instead of the other way. And there's the 1 damage. It's to ruin our no damage streak. Sad days. Just gotta hope that that doesn't end up getting completely ruined. Yep, more Briggs. Nope, that's gone. Get that out of here. That's also gone. And you'll notice the overflow damage is dealt to the hero. So if they play weak things and they get shot, it just overflow damages them. It's very funny. Yep, I figured the tactician wasn't long for this world. But she did her job. She lived long enough to make that work. Put the enchanter here so she gains archer. I'm plotting shenanigans right now. Let's get y'all some health, though, so you're out of flame range. Problem is that Braig just gets back up, so our double shotter's dead meat. I could have buffed all my archers right now, but I was hoping to set up for a stronger play than that. And I think that setting up phase might be backfiring. Because the problem is it gives them stabbing time. You did it again. You just keep summoning things that get shot. And the revived ones also count, which I did not know, which is ridiculous. So he just took a bunch of damage and is still taking damage because he's doing stupid things. Oh, I love it. Yep, buff your blood tokens. That's fine. I'll take the hit. Yeah, you killed your own Braig, you silly man. I think now I just win? Yeah, because I play core. First we arrow assault. First we play this archer for a little extra power. Then we arrow assault. And if he survives this, then combat start happens and core doubles all their power and he gets eviscerated. He's also not surviving this. So... Boss battle 1, which gives me tons of points. Almost 20,000. Now, how does that stack up on the leaderboard is a very good question. As you can see, all these count towards the amount of souls I'm getting. We got 5 souls out of that. 4 battles won was worth 1,000. Deadly battle was worth 3,000. Mid boss was 2,000. Boss itself was 6,000. Cards were worth 1,530. Relics were worth 1,100. 405 from overkill wasn't that great. 600 from relics. 1,200 from trinkets. 1,600 from fresh fortification, which I believe was putting trinkets on things that didn't already have trinkets. 600 for Traveler, and 600 for Lore Walker. We'll have to look at the leaderboard after the fact, because it doesn't actually show you on that screen. Oh, not right, because it only just went up. So I'm actually at the top of the leaderboard for the next, like, 5 minutes, probably, till somebody else actually plays this and whoops my score. We did actually beat the only other person pretty well there, though. Howdy, not Troy. I see you managed to keep your streak alive. Hope all is well. You're actually just in time, because I'm only doing one more run before I end, so... You just barely made it. I have no idea how long this run's gonna go for. We have 10 extra starting health. All enemies have 10 extra armor, though. And all of their 5 power or more creatures do explode. Okay. That was just the first you popped up, so I didn't know you were here before. Ah, that's fair. I hope this means that you're done now that you're popping up, then. That's what his Blitz Burst does? So, dealing 10 self-damage, you can then revive a pirate, a cannon, a dragon, a golem, and a sprout elf. So if you just have all of those things, you'll get all of them. Okay, you're almost out of there at least. I probably should have bought something from the soul shop. We'll do that after this, because we'll have more souls when we're done with this anyway. And we can actually get a companion, so I might. But we'll see what our options are when we get there. Good lord, man. I'm so sorry that you're dealing with that. I've definitely been in that position more times than I would like to count back when I was working retail. I don't really need the rally guy right now. And I got it back anyway. Yeah, I kind of figured. I assumed your place wasn't so bad that it was scheduled like that. Well, this is an unplayable turn. Guess we just sit here. What do you do again? Yeah, buff things in your hand when a friendly minion takes damage. I don't... Well, yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna play you anyway. Blow that up, get one ritual. We have other ones. Oh, ew. Well, they're just gonna have to accept the fact that things aren't gonna get done. And if things don't get done and they want to whine about it, well, take it up with the fact nobody was there. We could Warlock again. You know what? Yeah, just Warlock again. It blows up my Warlock, but it gets rid of their stuff. Hate that. Oh, we got the literal answer to it for free. You'd love to see it. Start getting some rally guys down. What I should have done was blood tokened the Warlock so he wouldn't just die. But I also didn't care that much. Toot toot on the flute. They really wanted that Warlock gone, huh? Just give me all the buffs. Good idea, good idea. You don't want to go overtime just because of their mistakes. Unless you get paid good for overtime, then, you know, yeah, think about it. Yeah, I figured. Sad days. One way or the other, though, hopefully it'll end up being smooth as it can be with a situation like that. And at least there'll be Battle Golf nonsense to look forward to tomorrow. Oh my god, that Warlock is getting turbo buffed. All the rally guys for all of the buffing. That counts. Haha. That guy's a 10-8 for 3. Oh, this is getting stupid and I love it. Just gonna buff Braig to no end because he gets extra attack for every token put on him. You know what? Why not? This is gonna set off the rally guys to buff the little dragon in my hand. Multiple times. There we go, you know, just casual 9-9 for 1. You know, nothing too big, right? More importantly, though, it gets me another blood token for Braig. That's gonna be some spicy overkill. Nice solid 16 overkill damage right off the rip. If that's any indication of how these fights are gonna go, this is going to be a high-scoring run. Or I'm going to die a miserable death part way. Because I'm gonna screw around too much trying to get more points. Go ahead and give me a hot shot and some eliminates. I do need some removal other than my warlocks. I could put Brass in. He'd get me Buccaneers, which are really good. And my ability does revive pirates. Yeah. Come on, Brass. I haven't put you in a team in a long time anyway. And that'll also get us a bonus for having a companion as well, so that all works out. Do I want more power, or do I want them to come back to life? I could also go the dual strike route, but... because we got 4 Buccaneers now, but a lot of the things we already had aren't pirates. Like, Braig himself isn't a pirate, the rally guys aren't pirates, the blood whelps aren't pirates. I think I would rather the Pearl. Because it gives me more sacrificial lambs to use for the rally guys. Instead of giving them 1 more power, which does not feed the rally guy bit as much. Fidget just died on his own terms last time we fought him, so this is probably going to be an easy fight. And then I pull nothing but bombs and blow myself up and die immediately because of what I just said. At least I've got answers in my hand. There we go, I got a blood whelp to play. This way I get to play. Yep, there's Fidget himself. Be a real shame if somebody shot you. Bang. I don't really have a huge attachment to that blood whelp, but I don't want him just dying for free. Yeah, you have rush, so you can just kill that. And then get a hit in. Board control is mine. Board control will stay mine. You can't have anything nice. You were just gonna armor for days. I see what you're doing. I see the plan. And I understand the plan. Even if I don't approve. Couldn't put Break there. Break can handle the smithy. Yeah, reminder, unless something exceptional happens, like a massive raid or I get a really great idea in my head, this is last run. Because I want to be absolutely sure to be in decent shape for the aforementioned Battle Golf. And see, here's the problem with Fidget's setup. He has put a guaranteed bomb on himself there. Is either he takes fatigue damage or he gets bombed. Those are his two choices because of how much he draws. He just draws himself to extinction constantly. It's honestly kind of hilarious. Unfortunately, I am losing my Cutthroat there. That's fine, they get replaced with a zombie. And now they blow themselves up, as predicted. Like, I see the vision of what they're doing. The problem is, all that armor they're gaining, they are still taking damage from every grog they use too, and fatigue damage increases. So they're going to shoot themselves in the foot. Yeah, you get given a rush by Admiral Brass. So actually just play them all out so we can just charge in with as much as we can. There's another Buccaneer. Unfortunately, the ghost pirates coming into play do not count because they're not actually pirates. They're just ghosts. But there's still more bodies. And now Fidget is literally out of cards. Fidget doesn't have a hand left, doesn't have a deck left aside from a bomb. I don't understand. I don't see the vision on this gameplay setup they got here for him. It literally just destroys itself. It did manage to damage me, don't get me wrong about that. That's more success than I can say some setups have had. But it just... like, it doesn't stand a chance against anything that has any stability at all. Get a little bit of overkill damage, which keeps the combo alive. We almost lost our combo to that, though, which would have been infuriating. Sea Shanty is a move. Ringmaster Thrash is also a thought. Because I can buff all my minions and juggle their stuff around. Ooh, Clean Sweep's also an idea. Because remember, Rally Guy gives us a buff to whoever's in our hand whenever one of our minion takes damage. So, since everything would take damage until they all have 1 health... buff, 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 buff. Yeah, we're taking that set. That's gonna do stupid things if it works. I want to do a setup that actually uses Zyrek at some point. +3/+3 for every faction you have. Yeah, we'll take Redeema, Pirate. Get another Cutlass Swine. Give me those Saw Blades. Give me a Blood Drake and Brood Knight. Yeah, give me the Scorn Bloodmancer as well. Just bought a bunch of cards. Both for points and for the fact that those will actually be useful cards. This does still lead to that, and I don't have money for trinkets really, so yeah, we'll do that. And attack the bandits! As it gets us another fight, which gets us more stuff. Also makes the run longer, but that's okay. Bum bum. Bum bum bum. This hand's fine, actually. Yeah. Ideally, we save the Saw Blade for when Rally Guy's actually on the board. And we use the gun to eliminate whatever the Shaman plays. Or not, is that's got barrier. It's also not really a threat, though, so I'm not particularly concerned about dealing with that. It does mean I'm going to take damage, but I wasn't going to be able to stop him from dealing damage to me anyway. The Armor Fairy in front of him. They'll both die together, but that's okay. Because the idea is next turn I play Rally Guy and start benefiting from that exact scenario unfolding. You there, Rally Guy behind you. I probably should shoot that Arcanist, but it's fine. We'll deal with him this turn. Thanks for the armor, I guess? I don't have anybody in my hand to benefit from Rally Guy right now is the biggest problem. Redeem for a pirate. Oof. We'll take the deckhand. We're not going to play him this turn, though. We're going to wait and let Rally Guy do his thing. Now, here's the funny move. Sawblade. This way we toot on the flute a little bit. It also allows me to eliminate you, hotshot you, and then blood token you. Didn't get much for the deckhand there, but since the boss has thorns, we also were able to get a little bit more for the deckhand that way. So a 4/4 for tough is an option for us now. And really, it's our only option at the moment. So we're going to go ahead and put that down. Unfortunately, we are in a little bit of a rough spot at the moment. Fickle roots, huh? Inanimate thorns. Okay, I see. Put the Cutlass Swine behind the deckhand. I'm gonna lose the other guy. Unfortunately, the Cutlass Swine does die, but it gives us more bodies on the field still. Thrash is a pretty good thought. Yeah, I think Thrash is the move right now. That Sprout Guard is an issue, but the Sprout Guard also has fleeting, so he'll just die. What do these poison roots do? Oh! Hate that! My field is now covered in poison. That's a yikes. That's just yikes across the board right there. Well, this is the turn we're doing, then. Give me a blood token, get rid of my poison. Wait, why did everybody take damage from that? Oh, Ripe is Thrash, right. Thankfully, that only happens once. Buff your health. Now's a good time for the revive move. That actually works out nicely. Giving me somebody with Rush right off the rip was actually incredibly good for us. And we win. It got spicy there for a minute, but we won. Sadly, we didn't come out of that with full health, but we did get overkill still. So it looks like that did not increase our combo. I almost healed enough to be able to keep the combo going. Let's go fight the Blast Mage. Put the Warlock away for now. Yeah, that works better. Blood Whelp turn 1. Go. I'm probably gonna hold on to the Pirate Creed until later. Because we have a full set of cards to keep playing right now. You love to see it when they bomb themselves. Oh, you've got a fidget, huh? Don't like that. Oh, and I'm not going to be able to get rid of it this time either. So the smarter play is actually not to play anything this turn, then. Because anything I play dies because of fidget. So I'll just attack and let everything blow up. Because anything I played would be a waste of a minion. I probably should have played the Pirate's Creed that turn, though, just so we at least redeem the minion already. So I don't have to burn the 1 mana on it later. That's a hindsight moment. Brought to you by my brain. We do have ads coming up, by the by. So just buckle up for that fun and adventure there. The amount of bombs they're putting in both decks, if we both just sat there and both draw bombs at the same rate, they would lose before I did, because I have more health than they do. This is why I'm always confused by the whole bomb strat. Because invariably, they just blow themselves up. It's very funny. Not very effective. Oh, there we go. Card I can play. Perfect. Now I just gotta be on watch for fidgets popping up. Way to bomb yourself twice there, bud. Way to go. Just bear in mind, when a bomb goes off, it draws another card. So he can easily just end up bombing himself, and then bombing himself, and then bombing himself. I could do it too, to be fair. It could easily happen to me. It didn't, but it could. I could damage Rally Guy a bunch here, but that would be kind of worthless. We're just gonna leave their 2 units over there alone. And just keep dinging him from the side here. Okay, more bombs. Like, you've seen their whole setup here. Lots of armor, lots of bombs, and just keep repeating in the process. Another Rally Guy. Dog. Dog calls for aid. He'll also take damage, which will set off the Rally Guy twice. Yes, the Buccaneer got the buffs. I would have liked one for the Cutthroat Swine, but it's fine. He's also died to his own bomb, which prevents me from getting the overkill I wanted. Ah, that's awful. That's exactly what I was afraid of. Lost the overkill, and I didn't get a chance to heal. Just lost on all accounts there. Frog, Frosty Fizzwhirl, Mush Plop Float. Nah. I don't really want any of these particularly, but I'll take the Pirate Party. Because I want to still keep acquiring more cards for the points. Yeah, there we go. Whenever you summon a dragon, stack a blood token. Perfect. We definitely want Mulder's Mallet, because that's fun. Give me armor up. More Spin Blade. Another Brood Whelp. Another Pirate's Creed. I don't really need more Barrel Mutts, I just got more of those. Second Blood Drake is not a bad call. That'll do. Now it's mid-boss time. We sure have a setup of all time right now. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. This is fine. Bloodwhelp first. Because I have a plan involving the Buccaneer. Yep. That's fine. Kill the Bloodwhelp. That's totally fine. Set more of my board on fire, why don't you? So we Buccaneer. Mulder Mallet the Buccaneer. Now we have 2 Buccaneers. We have the right side of the board under control for a few turns, probably. Like, is it slightly wasteful to have used it on a Buccaneer? Yeah. Am I concerned about that right now? Nah. I want stable board at the moment. And that's why I didn't use the heal immediately. Because they were going to keep picking at me. Now we do that so we get the full heal. Don't play the Bloodwhelp yet. Start buffing the Buccaneers so that they hold the field better. We're just going to be picking at them one by one here, but it's fine. That needs to go. We can make that happen. I'm gonna lose my Scorn Bloodmancer for it. But that needs to go, like, immediately. So this is worth the risk. Because now that it's injured, I can use Eliminate to get rid of it. Wasn't an ideal trade, but getting rid of something that has that much of a potential to be a problem, very important. Ow, that's a lot of damage. Okay, so coming out of this with full health is just not happening, is what I'm gathering from this situation so far. There we go, a pair of 3 health. Little pig boys out in the front. I probably should have done this to begin with. I was thinking about putting him down before I used the blood tokens, but I'm like, no, he'll take damage. I was gonna blood token him more health anyway, dum-dum. You know, it's almost like there was an answer in ready play for that already. You know what? I have a plan, actually. I play you on there, you die, give somebody a buff, get rid of the Scorch tile, and you get replaced anyway. It all works perfectly. Also, we win already, so nothing mattered. Mid-boss 1, I lost health again, so no combo. Sad days. We also hit exact 0, so no overkill either. Tragic. Could get more sea shanties. They all cost 1 sea shanties. We already have 2 pirates creeds. I don't think I need that. Armored lady, tough, rift gain 2 armor for each damage minion. You are an 8 cost though. It would give me card draw on my eliminates and a berserker though, so I think that's worth it. And again, more points because more cards. I could remove cards, don't get me wrong. I could actually, at any point, start doing the intelligent thing. But where's the fun in that? Let's grab us a relic. I'm actually gonna take the Scarlet Feather. We can grab 2 actually, so I'll grab the Scarlet Feather and the Blood Bangles. Lots of points for relics there. Weapon stockpile, you say? But there's a deadly battle over there, and there's no other deadly battles, so now I have to go this way. And go fight Whizbang. Meep meep Whizbang! I know it's normally meep meep zip bang, but I'm doing it anyway. Do the unique trinket shop. Could get a discount at the trinket shop. Or we could challenge him to receive a free trinket. I don't know what his trinkets look like is the thing. But discount would mean more points. We'll go that route. Ooh, I'm not 100% sure I wanted any of this. Because Fickle Roots in front of something is all well and good, but I don't think that'd be useful on most of my stuff. The Thorns would be nice, but I'm betting I can't afford that. It's also purple, so complicated. Thorns always being active, though, is interesting. What could I even put those Thorns on? Actually, I could put the 4 Thorns on Braig. Oh, that's actually really cheap. This must be very heavily discounted. Yeah, I can buy, like, everything. So we buy the Thorns, and then we buy the ability for his Thorns to always be active. Aha! Aha! Ha 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 ha. Okay, I have to go to the right here. I can't go to the Mushmuck. Can get there from both of these, but the Magitech Scholar's probably better for me to get through. Half the runtime, I swear, at this point is waiting for those fights to actually activate. Because it takes longer and longer to load for some reason. This hand is terrible. Not much better. I love having an entire hand of 3 costs that I can't use. They're getting plenty of setup time for their traps, and it's going to be awful for me. Like, that was the absolute worst starting setup. Why? Every cheap card I have is at the bottom of the deck. I swear every cheap card's at the bottom of the fucking deck. It has to be. Oh, and it was a fucking block beam. Ah. I hate it here. So tempted to shoot one of them out of spite, but all it'll do is hurt me. So getting an awful score for this, and I'm gonna be so sad. See, now that I'll shoot. That's why I saved the gun, because there was gonna be something more dangerous. In before the chicken ends up being MVP of the team. He's already a 5-4. I don't really need to blood buff him immediately. I'm tempted to anyway, but I don't need to. This situation is going to be an issue. Not because he can kill the Buccaneer, but because it's going to give him a ton of traps. Piss me off with. Oh, it was the spell canceling trap. And now he can kill the Buccaneer. Well, I'm glad I used the token, though, instead of any spells I cared about. So there's that. Man, there's just a comedy of errors with this fight right now, though. I was just thinking I should play something else first again. Every time I think that, I should just fucking do it. I'm also losing that cutthroat. On the bright side, we're getting some work done now. Look at all the traps. Just traps every fucking where. There's no way that one of them isn't a spell cancel. Yeah. That's okay, I have a second one. And I know I'm killing my own board, there's a reason for it. It's called Rally Guy going apeshit. So I'm winning this round anyway, unless they have a way of stopping my attack. No block beam. Huh. Okay. Get you down since there's no block beam then. Try to go for more overkill. Oh no, you froze my board. It's such a shame that you're going to be dead before you can enjoy that. Recoil rockets, yeah, sure. You're already 11 overkilled there, bud. Yeah, I was definitely concerned about the recoil rocket option as well. But that was one I didn't want to speak into existence. And now our combo's up to 3 now. Brutal Tyrant. When played, deal 1 damage to a minion and give it 2 power. Okay. Yeah, sure. That seems useful. Gives us more high end, which is risky considering the way that last fight just drew, but, you know. It's totally okay. Yeah. I do think I'm actually going to get rid of the barrel mutts, though. Because as much as them drawing pirates is useful, they're a little bit too much of a clog. And we make a friend. After having burned our other friend. Get me another Brood Knight. Now we go fight Whizbang. I'm assuming it's another Bomberman. Because, you know, bombs go whiz and then they go bang because they're fireworks. So he's got a gun, so he probably has, like, the eliminate moves and such, too. Okay, I know he's talking about gunfight, so he's gonna be shooting. Which means my low-health minions are in trouble. Oh, he's even got, like, a Pyro Spell redeeming move, and oh, that's a lot of cannons. That was a very expensive spell he just pulled, though. Why did he pick that? I am suddenly worried. Yeah, I figured Hot Shot was coming out immediately. But I wanted to at least get the damage in. Rally guy down. This way if he shoots the doomed guy too. Yeah, he's pulling more pyro spells. More cannons, okay. I see. Why didn't you take damage from that? Oh, right, because blood bangles, right. Well then. That actually soiled my plans completely. Transforms... Okay, you now have Pyre Cannons, which you don't even have any of them yet, so enjoy that later, I guess, if later happens? Have Rally Guy do his thing. Now Braid goes out with a buff. Now, there is one thing I'm scared of him doing still, but I'm not gonna say it out loud. That's a problem, but not a big problem, because actually, that's him signing his own death warrant later. Or with the buffing he's letting me do. So hey, what about a bunch of rally guys? So the next time he shoots anyone, I just start buffing like crazy. Break survives that. That's fine. Toot, 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 toot. Break dies here, but he comes back because he's relentless, so that's fine. 12-12 Ringmaster Thrash. And this will set the rally guys off again, too. Once I cast a spell. Absolutely ridiculous what I've done here. Though, really, his own choices were a masterclass in bad decisions. See, now that's scary. That's actually concerning. But, what he doesn't understand is he's already lost. His break swings once. Oh no, break dies actually, so no, I miscalculated. I forgot that he was down to 1 hit point. I should have done what I wanted to do, which was blood token him. It's okay, this fight ends on this turn. Unless he can get rid of that big, scary E1111 flyer or the 13-6 ground unit. I say as all this is doing is making all of the things in my hand terrifying. I have an 11-11 whelp in my hand. Oh, never mind, 14-14. I stand corrected, game. I stand corrected. So we go ahead and put the bear here. He's a big, scary bear. Put you there. We eliminate that. Which sets off Thrash, which does a whole thing. Mind you, what I'm doing here is arguably completely unnecessary. And absolutely BM, but for his behavior, a bit of BM is warranted. Negative 29 health worth of overkill. Let's go. He annoyed me, therefore he went to negative 30. That sounds about right. And it would have been worse if he had survived that turn. Hard draw grog. Yeah, you know what? That's fine. What's our relic? Could go for Vital Edge strats. I do play a lot of spells. In fact, yeah. We're gonna get rid of the Cursed Pearl because it actually has done more harm than good, arguably. And we'll grab trinkets. We're actually gonna give Rally Guy Hothead. That may seem stupid, but it guarantees him setting himself off if there's an enemy that won't kill him. That's the trick. That's the funny. And let's increase the damage on our just pistol shot. As soon as I figure out where it is. There it is. I could make the spin blade deal more damage, but I actually don't want to do that, because all that'll do is make it kill my own guys more. We don't want that. This score's looking decent. Not quite what I would have wanted, but it's looking decent. 13,000 is nothing to sneeze at. I do gotta watch out for ice shenanigans here, though, because his Brew Fizz again. He was having a great time pushing our stuff around before, so let's put this back here so he doesn't immediately shuffle it to his side. Oh, you're gonna freeze it and move it over there instead. That's fine. I'm gonna just give him an extra hit point. He already has his Blitz ready. Okay, you froze him again. You're doing that just to get armor, I understand. Oh, this hand sure is a hand of all time. I probably should put the rally guy down first, actually, but it's fine. I have a vision. Stop freezing my everything. See, we play rally guy, and then we saw blade. That was supposed to do more than that, but you know what? It's okay. Whee! No, you blew my rally guy up. Why? Answer, because they knew what I was going to keep doing with him. Why didn't he lose health? Oh wait, yeah, because of the bangles, right. So he just gained the power for nothing. No! Oh, that's upsetting. I did the thing again, because I forgot that he just does that for a second. Oh, this is a problem. Now he's gonna buff my own guy and whoop me with him. This is an issue. I need my eliminate, like, right now. Holy hell. He does have fleeting now, though. So actually, he's gonna burn his only attack on that nightcap. So that's fine, actually. Be a haunted crewmate. I need to stop that 9-9 as well. Thankfully, because they both have fleeting, unless he clears my blockers, it's all for naught. All that power went to nothing. Now be smarter. Put your strong units in the back. I know you want to put them in front to protect things, but no. Protect yourself so they don't get stolen. Let's not set myself up for failure this time. Whee! I'm over here now, I guess. And here goes the power boost again. This could be an issue, since they're going to be attacking this turn. So Thrash is dead. Guaranteed Thrash dies. Oh, never mind. Thrash died for another reason. And I'm about to take a lot of damage. Well, that was just bad news all around now, wasn't it? Bare necessities. Get myself some health. Chuck a saw blade around to kill most of his board. Make the bear really angry. I know I killed my own unit there, but that's okay. Because I get a haunted crewmate back out of that deal. That's fine, you froze him. Do you have the follow-up to kill him is the important question. The answer is no. No, he does. He just saved it for last. Okay, fine. I forgot it was a 1 cost. I thought it was 2 for some reason. The thing is, he has so much fucking removal with the kill a frozen minion thing that we actually can't set up anything. We're still leading the fight right now, but it's not looking great. The good news is our Blitz is almost ready, so we might be able to pull something. Yep, here we go again with Turbo Buff again. God, I'm getting a little sick of him doing this. Oh, and you just moved them out of the way. And you blitzed again? Oh, you son of a bitch. There's no way he can kill me here, right? Maybe he can. I can't see his... Oh, he did a stupid, actually. By moving that guy over, he actually made his situation worse, not better. Problem is, I'm top decking at this point because of how fucked we got. clears his board. Doesn't matter, really, that I'm clearing his board. But it makes me feel better. Yep, you freeze her again. Your Blitz is ready. The fact that he can just keep doing that over and over is insane. Yep, here he goes doing it again. The downside he has right now, though, is the fact that he's not able to attack off of this Blitz right now. So I at least have a chance to answer it. Because this guy counts as being damaged, so I can just pop him. Okay, there's Brig. There's also my clean sweep, which might come in handy. Most important thing to do, break his fucking armor. Whee. Problem is, he can just generate so much fucking armor. I think I'm fucked here, actually. No, most of the power's going to the one that won't be able to attack. Okay. We are in trouble, but we're not dead yet. Jesus Christ. Brig on the board. Armor up. Oh, there's Suki, finally. Would have been great to have you hours ago, fight-wise, our love. Like, we'll play her on the board anyway. Because at least we'll get card draw as things die this turn. And if nothing else. Ray goes flying over there, which is fine. You steal Suki, which is also fine. You steal the Buccaneer, which is less fine. That was the concern about double stacking anything like that, is that they were just gonna start thieving that way. This guy's a bag of dicks. That's what he is. Just a bag of dicks. And neither of those landed on the right one. I needed that Rhyme Paw there gone. And it's not gonna happen. I'm doing calculations in my head. Bear with me a second. Would my Blitz be worth it? It'll kill Brig. But would it otherwise be worth it? Because it should trigger enough self-damage that Blood Crusade triggers. The thing is, her Riff has already triggered. And most of my units wouldn't even be affected by it. My big fear is dying to the Nightcap Nibbles at this point. But I think I have to try this. Wait, he's frozen though. It dealing damage to him until he has 1 health remaining? Since it's double, does it account for that or will it kill him? Let's find out. Oh yeah, he just straight up doesn't take damage from it. So actually this works perfectly. According to plan. Grimclaw. Oh no, he does still pop, which loses him all of his attack and puts me in a very awkward position, actually. But Grimclaw is immediately playable. Ow. And now I can... Now I don't have mana for it. Shit. Blood Crusade next turn. Also, since Brig came back to life, he doesn't attack. That's okay. He doesn't have anything that's gonna make it through to hit me. So we're okay, but I lost Break, which is very bad. Eliminate that. Gets me a Brood Knight. Don't bother with that right now. Blood Crusade first. That's all I got for that, huh? In hindsight, I didn't lose anything else, really, so that tracks. Oh, now I've got an awful gamble to do. Literally, depending on how the Shiver Spirit shot goes, I win or lose. It literally comes down to what that decides to do. I didn't die. We win. We actually turned that around from 1 hit point. All of the horseshit he did, and I still turned that around from 1 hit point. Whew. That was needlessly close. But we got it. And that gets us another 5 souls. We'll see where we're at on the leaderboard for that one, though. 17 doesn't sound that good. I want to say there were some 20s on that board when we looked. Yeah, no, I'm not even in the top 10. People must have done some wild stuff with that. But I did say I was going to end after that run, so we will be stopping there. I'll take a quick scan over the lists and decide if I want to raid, but it is kind of late, so I may end up not raiding tonight. Because again, I want to immediately slam into finishing that commission if I can before bed, to free me up to work on the like 15 other projects I've got piled up everywhere in my life right now. Okay. I saw the word birthday on somebody's title. I'm like, wait. But no, they're warning their birthday's coming. Nah, this'll be a no raid night. It's fine. So, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. This ended up accomplishing a lot more than I thought it was going to, considering the runs we swung for. I will be back tomorrow with Battle Golf, like I said, with a bunch of people. That'll be at 2:30 Eastern Standard Time starting, provided we start on time. Then Saturday, I still won't reveal what we're doing, but it'll be later in the day. I'll reveal what we're doing, assuming we don't end up having too much of a cluster at the end of Battle Golf tomorrow. I'll reveal what I'm doing on Saturday tomorrow. I may very well have a thing to show as well attached to that. And then Monday, we go back to Final Fantasy IV, which, by the way, just like 3, got flagged on YouTube. So if I ever start making money on YouTube, I'm probably just throwing all those videos in the bin, because they aren't going to make any money. Tuesday continues Dark Souls 3, which I'm shocked those don't get demonetized with some of the things that I say and do during those, but that's neither here nor there. And Thursday, there's currently not a plan for anything. There may end up being one because I'm arranging something, but I am going a little slow about it, so I might end up kicking it to the following week instead of this coming week. Really depends on how quickly people are willing to mobilize on an idea. But yeah, thank you all again for your time. I will see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody.